Chapter 344. In less than 4 months. If he cultivated with the help of the Dragon Soul's space-time ability and supplemented it with various enlightenment pills, Qin Yu was confident that he could break through the Nirvana realm and forcefully break through to the Martial Emperor realm. However, if he did that, his foundation would be unstable. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Anyway, he could plunder the power of Providence at any time. There was no need to ruin his foundation for the spiritual state battle ranking. The loss outweighed the gain. During his seclusion, in addition to comprehending the Heaven's Fortune technique, Qin Yu was also using the power of the Heavenly Emperor Palace to find a way to break through the void space. From the looks of it, entering the void space was Qin Yu's top priority. If he could enter the void space and subdue the dragon race, then Qin Yu might be able to directly leap into the Martial Emperor realm before the spiritual state battle ranking. In that case, there would be 2 fish in a net. Unfortunately, the Dragon Soul's understanding of the space-time law was not deep enough. Otherwise, with the power of the space-time law, it would be possible to directly enter the void space. Therefore, the focus of Qin Yu's seclusion changed from cultivation to carefully comprehending the Heaven's Fortune technique. But Qin Yu didn't know that when he returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace to cultivate, there was already a group of forces approaching the void space that he was thinking about. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the forbidden area of the Fiend Demon Sea, the void shook slightly, and after the array patterns spread out, 7 figures stepped out of the void. The aura exuding from these 7 people was majestic and unfathomable. They were all Emperor Realm Masters. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely recognize them. The clothes these people wore were exactly the same as the black-clothed old man in Pan Hong's battle. They were all dressed in black, with a faint black ghost head mark on their bodies. They were all Emperor Realm Masters of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Sending out 7 Emperor Realm Masters at once, even if it was the foundation of a god dynasty, was considered a big move. After all, even the divine dynasties had different trump cards. Some had obtained ancient inheritances, while others had risen in recent times. The sacrificial evil god dynasty was a force that had obtained ancient inheritances and was famous in the heaven domain. There are indeed traces of Qian Xie's battle here, but I can't sense Qian Xie's aura. Apart from Qian Xie's Dao power, the other Dao power has been erased. It seems that Qian Xie is doomed. What happened? Qian Xie is a powerful sovereign in the divine dynasty. Even if he can't beat him, he should be able to escape. I can only say that Qian Xie was either surrounded by a desperate situation, or he encountered a ruthless person who could kill a venerable sovereign alone. Who is it? How dare you attack the people of the divine dynasty? No matter what, we must find him and kill him. Search carefully. If something really happened to Qian Xie, he should have left behind some information. The 7 Emperor Realm Masters of sacrificial evil god dynasty discussed with each other before immediately spreading out to search the Fiend Demon Sea. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the last 2 months, all the forces in the 4 regions of the spiritual state focused their attention on one thing. The spiritual state battle ranking would be held in 2 months. Boom! But on this day, in the southern territory of the spiritual state, a huge pillar of spiritual qi rushed into the sky. The southern territory was shaken, and in less than half a day, the news spread throughout the spiritual state. Buzz! Buzz! In the heavenly imperial palace, Qin Yu, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly changed his expression. The dragon soul also appeared in the ancient dragon seal. The mark left in the Fiend Demon Sea has fallen into another space. The dragon soul's eyes flashed. The mark that Qin Yu secretly left in the Fiend Demon Sea was integrated with the dragon soul's space-time divine ability. It could merge with the void, making it undetectable. And there was another use. As long as the void space was opened, then the imprint would be guided by the power of space and enter the void dimension. But now In other words, the void space has been opened. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with joy. This was really a big surprise. He was worried that he couldn't open the void space. He didn't expect that the void space would be opened. It should be. The dragon soul was also quite excited. Qin Yu's mind moved, and an ancient spiritual rune array appeared in the spiritual array disk. As the rune trembled, a white skeleton figure appeared in the teleportation array at this time, in a certain confinement room in the heavenly imperial palace. Click! The confinement room was opened, and Sun Shiyu, who was meditating in seclusion, opened her eyes strangely. "Miss, the palace lord wants you to go to the sacred palace." The descendant of the War Emperor who opened the door of the confinement room said respectfully, "The palace lord wants me? What's the matter?" Sun Shiyu was a little puzzled. She had been in seclusion for 3 months, and it seemed that the time was not up yet. "I don't know, but the high priest is also there. It seems that there is something important to discuss." The descendant of the War Emperor said, "Father is also there." Sun Shiyu's expression turned serious. If there was nothing important, her father would not leave the celestial tower. Sun Shiyu immediately went to the sacred palace of the heavenly imperial palace. When she entered the sacred palace, she found that there were 3 figures in the sacred palace. "Palace lord, father, second uncle." Sun Shiyu bowed. Apart from Shi Tiangang and Sun Juxiao, there was also a man in a starry robe with a white beard that reached his waist. The man in the starry robe was Sun Shiyu's father, the high priest of the heavenly imperial palace, Sun Guxing. "Shiyu, did you and Xin Feng go to the southern forbidden land, the fiendish demon sea?" Seeing Sun Shiyu's arrival, Shi Tiangang did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Yes." Sun Shiyu nodded, but she was a little surprised. Didn't she ask about this matter the last time? "Then do you know why Xin Feng went to the fiendish demon sea?" Sun Guxing asked. His voice was old, like an old man past his prime. However, the aura on his body was as vast as the sea, without any signs of weakening. "I asked Xin Feng, but he did not say." Sun Shiyu shook her head. Then a thought flashed across her mind, and she asked, "It's the fiendish demon sea. Did something happen?" Sun Shiyu remembered the battle between Pan Hong and Chen Xie in the fiendish demon sea. The 2 sovereigns were fighting there, and Qin Yu was so concerned about the fiendish demon sea. Something must be wrong there. A void space appeared in the fiendish demon sea, and now the whole spiritual state knows about it. According to the divination, there should be an ancient heavenly qilin in there. Sun Guxing said, "An ancient heavenly qilin." Sun Shiyu's eyes lit up. The heavenly imperial palace had spent a lot of effort to find the 4 great divine herbs in the past few months. Now, a divine herb had finally appeared. "Father, do you think that Xin Feng went to the fiendish demon sea because he already knew about the void space?" But soon, the excited Sun Shiyu came to her senses and understood why her father had asked about Qin Yu. Xin Feng is the only person in the history of the heavenly imperial palace who has obtained all the divine skills of the 3 sovereigns. He is also the only person who has entered the divine skill space of the 3 sovereigns so far. Therefore, he should not have gone to the fiendish demon sea for no reason. Maybe he learned something from the inheritance of the 3 sovereigns' divine skills. Sun Guxing nodded slowly. That was what they were concerned about. Until now, the only information about the 4 great divine herbs was the ancient heavenly qilin. Chapter 345. Shen Feng should have a purpose for going to the fiendish demon sea. But I think that if he already knew the whereabouts of the ancient heavenly qilin, he wouldn't have deliberately hidden it from us. After all, he is the descendant of the 3 emperors and has refined the immortal emperor pill. It will be helpful for him to awaken the divine emperor bloodline. Sun Shiyu felt that her father's words made sense, but she also felt that there was no need for Qin Yu to deliberately hide this matter. ever since the descendants of the divine emperor went to the ancient imperial martial world. They have become estranged from our two factions. As a result, he became estranged from our two factions, and there was even a clear conflict between us. They should be feeling indignant for the ancestors of their lineage who died. Shen Feng may have been influenced by their elders and deliberately concealed information from us. You also know that the whereabouts of the 4 divine herbs are very important to our heavenly imperial palace. So this time, you have to find out when you go to the void. Does Qin Yu know the exact whereabouts of the ancient heavenly Qilin in the void? Sun Jiuxiao said, if Qin Yu knew the exact whereabouts of the ancient heavenly Qilin, it was very likely that he was hiding something from them. But unfortunately, Sun Jiuxiao and the others were thinking too much. The reason why Qin Yu went to the fiendish demon Sea was purely a coincidence. Father, do you mean to send Qin Yu to the void? Sun Shiyu didn't react. Didn't it mean that the appearance of the void was known by the entire spiritual state? At this time, countless major forces must have gone there. Father and the others were going to send her and Qin Yu? Were they not afraid that something would happen to Qin Yu? There's a terrifying Tao forbidding formation in the illusionary space. Not only can Emperor Realm cultivators not enter, but even martial emperors have a bone age limit. In other words, only the younger generation can enter the void. Sun Guxing said, if that is the case, I can go. Why would Shen Feng go? Sun Shiyu was even more surprised. Qin Yu's combat strength could be considered invincible in the martial ancestor realm, but in the martial emperor realm, it was not enough. Under such circumstances, even Sun Shiyu was not absolutely confident that she could protect Qin Yu. Moreover, wasn't her objective to vie for the ancient heavenly Qilin? If he brought along Qin Yu, who was a burden, wouldn't it be obvious that he was giving the heavenly Qilin away? A true ancient divine beast, in the entire 9 continents of the heaven domain. No force would not be tempted. I don't know where Shen Feng got the news from, but he already knows about the appearance of the void space. He personally came to find me. His attitude was very firm. No matter what, he had to go to the void space. We have no choice but to agree. Shi Tiangang said helplessly. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't want Qin Yu to take the risk. However, due to Qin Yu's special status, they couldn't treat Qin Yu the way they treated ordinary juniors. With their strength, they could forcibly control Qin Yu and prevent him from leaving. In that case, Qin Yu would definitely be estranged from them. It was already hard to stop the infighting between the descendants of generals. Shi Tiangang and the others did not want to cause their own people to be at odds with each other. All right, I will ask clearly this time whether Shen Feng knew about this long ago. Hearing this, Sun Shiyu understood. The heavenly imperial palace could allow Qin Yu to take the risk, but there were some matters of principle that had to be clarified. Shiyu, go and inform Shen Feng. I will bring you to the southern region later. Shi Tiangang said to Sun Shiyu, yes. Sun Shiyu nodded and turned to leave. The entire spiritual state knows about the appearance of the void space this time. The other 6 top forces and the 10 overlords will not let go of this opportunity. They will definitely send the elites of the younger generation. Therefore, other than Xiu and Jingtian, shouldn't we send them as well? Seeing that Sun Shiyu had left, Sun Jiuxiao looked at Shi Tiangang and Sun Guxing. After all, the ancient heavenly Qilin was of great importance. They had to obtain it at all costs. If they missed this opportunity, how could they find another ancient heavenly Qilin? Who knew how long they would have to wait? How are they doing now? Shi Tiangang asked after pondering for a moment. On the surface, Sun Shiyu and Shi Jingtian were the most outstanding martial ancestors of the younger generation in the heavenly imperial palace. However, in reality, the heavenly imperial palace had secretly nurtured many outstanding talents. For example, Sun Jiuxiao was definitely one of the top sovereigns in the heavenly imperial palace. However, not many people in the outside world knew about Sun Jiuxiao. Sun Jiuxiao had been operating in the dark. He was responsible for many of the problems that the Heavenly Imperial Palace could not solve on the surface. Naturally, a group of nameless experts who were loyal to the Heavenly Imperial Palace had gathered under Sun Juxiao. To put it bluntly, they were like the men of sacrifice that many forces would have. They have just merged with the power of inheritance and are not in a stable state. However, their strength has reached the standard. If they join forces, they will not be inferior to Shiyu and Jingtian. The people that Sun Juxiao mentioned were the seeds that had just received the inheritance from the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Although their talents were not as good as Sun Shiyu and Shi Jingtian, their strength was not weak. At the current stage, there were no more suitable candidates than them. Then let them go with us. However, don't use the descendants of the 12 war generals. Shi Tiangang pondered for a while and made up his mind. If the older generation experts could not enter the void space, with one more martial emperor, they would have more combat power to obtain the ancient heavenly Qilin. I know what to do. Sun Juxiao nodded. With a flash of lightning, he disappeared. In the main hall of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu were waiting for Shi Tiangong's arrival. Senior sister, if you look at me like that, others will misunderstand. Qin Yu turned his head helplessly and said to Sun Shiyu, who had been sizing him up ever since they came out, I haven't seen you for 2 months. Your cultivation has improved again. Sun Shiyu coughed softly, thinking about how to start the conversation. She had been in seclusion for 2 months, and her cultivation had improved. However, Qin Yu had broken through 1 level and reached the Nirvana second transformation of the martial ancestor realm. Just say it. With Qin Yu's eyesight, he could tell that Sun Shiyu had been sizing him up. It was obvious that she had something to say. When you went to the southern region's fiendish demon sea, did you already know that there was a void space there? Sun Shiyu was straightforward when she heard this. She didn't conceal anything and went straight to the point. Yes, Qin Yu nodded. Since the void space had shown up, there was no need for him to deny it. You knew. Why didn't you tell me about such a serious matter? Sun Shiyu subconsciously raised her voice. It seemed like Qin Yu was indeed hiding something. What do you mean? Qin Yu was confused. The dragon tribe in the void space was indeed very important to him. However, it didn't seem to have anything to do with the Heavenly Imperial Palace, right? You didn't know that there was an ancient heavenly Qilin in the void space? Qin Yu's reaction startled Sun Shiyu. Chapter 346. How would I know? I don't know anything about divination. Qin Yu said curiously. Then why did you go to the void dimension last time? Sun Shiyu let out a sigh of relief. As a matter of fact, considering the talent Qin Yu had displayed, she did not want Qin Yu to be estranged from the empresses. Sun Shiyu had been surprised by Qin Yu's strength during the trial at the Godly Emperor Tower. However, just like the others of the Sky Emperor Palace, she assumed that Qin Yu had defeated the martial progenitors of the Sky Emperor Palace because he had used the power of the Godly Emperor. However, the battle between Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning at the martial gathering of the gods had left Sun Shiyu in awe. Yi Xiaoning's strength was definitely at the martial monarch realm. However, Qin Yu had defeated Yi Xiaoning without relying on his spiritual puppet skeleton. Most importantly, it had only been half a year since he had returned from the 7 great martial gatherings. Qin Yu's cultivation had risen from the 7th layer martial progenitor realm to the 2nd cycle of the Nirvana realm. Such astonishing progress made Sun Shiyu feel a sense of urgency that she had felt before even more intense. Qin Yu's talent was most likely on par with hers. I have my reasons, but it's not for the ancient heavenly Qilin. Qin Yu did not mention anything about the dragon tribe. Although the ancient heavenly Qilin was an ancient godly beast, the value of a real dragon was on par with the ancient heavenly Qilin. The Golden Flame's heaven-incinerating dragon was only an infant because of the prophecy left by the 3 martial progenitors. Therefore, the Sky Emperor Palace had not brought it back from the ancient Imperial Palace. If the Sky Emperor Palace learned about the dragon tribe, they might interfere too. Sun Xiu nodded and did not ask any further. According to her understanding of Qin Yu, since Qin Yu had said so, then even if she continued to ask, she would definitely not get an answer. As for Qin Yu's motive, she would know once she went to the void dimension. A while later, footsteps were heard. Shi Tiangang strode forward with his head held high. Behind Shi Tiangang, 15 figures followed. Other than Shi Jingtian and Qin Yu, the other 14 Taoists were unfamiliar with them. They seemed to be the same age as Sun Xiu and Shi Jingtian, but their cultivations had reached the martial emperor realm. Obviously, they were all talented people. Among the 14 people, 2 of them should have awakened the bloodline of the 3 sovereigns. Qin Yu sensed unique bloodline fluctuations from them. As for the other 12 people, Qin Yu was rather concerned about them. This was because their auras were actually faintly fused together, as if they were one. Shen Feng is also going to the southern region. Shi Jingtian was surprised to see Qin Yu, who was a martial ancestor, present. Surprise flashed through the eyes of the 2 descendants of the 3 emperors. It was said that the trip to the southern region was extremely dangerous. Therefore, the other young martial emperors in the palace who were weaker did not go out. They only sent a few martial emperor elites. Wouldn't Shen Feng, a mere martial progenitor, be a burden if he were to tag along? Everyone is here. Let's go. Sure, Tiangong's gaze paused on Qin Yu, ignoring the doubts of Shi Jingtian and the others. He led the younger generation of martial emperors to the teleportation hall. 2 hours later, in the southern region's fiendish demon sea, a white light tore through the sky and appeared in the sky above the fiendish demon sea. It was Shi Tiangang and the others. At the same time, in the deepest part of the fiendish demon sea, 100-foot-wide spatial crack appeared in the meteorite area that Qin Yu had previously explored. Vast and astonishing spatial fluctuations were being emitted from the spatial crack. With that spatial fissure as the center, the sky and the ground, thousands of li in radius, were filled with people at a glance. At this moment, the strength of the forces was clearly displayed. The central area was basically occupied by the various major forces. The weaker the forces, the further back they were. As for those on the ground, they were basically people with no background or small forces. Fairy Shualon has indeed been here. After following Shi Tiangang into the central area, the dragon's soul sensed for a moment and said, "From the spatial crack, the dragon's soul sensed the unique fluctuations of Fairy Shualon's Tao. It was exactly the same as the Tao in the blood mist demon stream. Qin Yu also sensed it carefully and quickly understood. Why was it that only the younger generation of martial emperors could enter the empty space? This void space was sealed by Fairy Shualon's mysterious Tao. The power was so strong that Qin Yu felt that it was even stronger than when he was at his peak. Could it be that Fairy Shualon has broken through the limit of the Emperor realm and left the heaven region?" Thinking back to the blood mist demon stream and how Fairy Shualon had said that she would not return, Qin Yu could not help but have such a thought. Fairy Shualon's origin was a mystery and her Tao was special. This was not impossible. Speaking of which, why would there be such a huge commotion when this void space appeared? Don't you know? I heard that the sacrificial evil god dynasty wanted to force Emperor Realm Masters into this void space. As a result, they triggered a barrier. It is said that the sacrificial evil god dynasty seriously injured several Emperor Realm Masters because of this. I wonder who was the person who left this Tao restriction in this void space. Even an Emperor Realm Master suffered a backlash? I don't know, but it is definitely a peak Emperor Realm Master. Maybe it was left behind by an ancient master. The treasures hidden in this void space sealed by such a master are definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, only the younger generation with a suitable bone age can enter. The treasures inside are not for us at all. That's right. This time, many major forces have already come. Even a few of the 7 top forces and 10 superpowers have come. They might even gather together. We can't compete with those monsters who are on the battle ranking. If that's the case, this void space is a warm-up for the war ranking competition in 2 months. As more and more cultivators gathered, the sound of discussions rang out incessantly. Sacrificial, evil god dynasty. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, who were sensing the void space, heard the discussion of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Terrifying killing intent surged in their hearts. The ancient evil god emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty was one of the 12 ancient emperors that Xing Luo had joined forces with. Thousands of years had passed. Qin Yu did not expect that the sacrificial evil god dynasty had moved from the East Continent to the spiritual state. I remember now. Isn't the old man who fought with Pan Hong from the sacrificial evil god dynasty? The Dragon Soul seemed to have suddenly remembered something and shouted. It's him. Qin Yu's expression changed. After thinking about it carefully, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. The black-clothed old man who fought with Pan Hong was not only from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Back in the immortal god graveyard, he assisted the 12 ancient emperors and Xing Luo to set up the absolute heaven array to seal him. However, Qin Yu's main target was Xing Luo and the 12 ancient emperors, so he did not pay attention to the black-clothed old man. Chapter 347. When I saw him that day, I felt that he looked familiar. The Dragon Soul said with murderous intent. That day, when they saw that Pan Hong had also reached the Emperor realm, they had neglected the old man. So, the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty should be here too. The murderous intent in Qin Yu's heart was like a raging river, but he didn't show it on his face. He quietly observed the surrounding forces. Suddenly, Qin Yu's gaze paused. A few hundred meters away from them, a group of people in black gathered. It was the symbol of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Qin Yu didn't stare at them. After sweeping his gaze over the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, he retracted his gaze. The murderous intent in his heart was also quietly withdrawn. Speaking of which, Pan Hong and the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty couldn't be the same as Long Hao, right? At this moment, a look of contemplation flashed in the Dragon Soul's eyes. Pan Hong has a calm temperament. He should know that he has no chance of winning against the sacrificial evil god dynasty, so he won't act rashly. Qin Yu didn't see through Pan Hong's specific cultivation that day, but it was far from the level of the ancient emperors. With Pan Hong's character, even if he wanted to avenge him, he should first conserve his energy. If I had known, I would have met Pan Hong directly last time. The Dragon Soul still felt that the battle between Pan Hong and the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty had something to do with Qin Yu. At this time, the fewer people who know my identity, the safer it will be. Whether it is for us or for those who know my identity, it is the same. Hearing this, Qin Yu said, Star Luo and the 12 ancient emperors would definitely not want him to reincarnate. Once they found out about this, there was no need to say anything. What awaited him would be an earth-shattering pursuit. Whether it was his eldest senior brother, Pan Hong Heavenly Imperial Palace, or even the entire Heaven Domain. No force could stop them if they joined forces. Therefore, before he recovered the cultivation of his previous life, Qin Yu's identity had to be kept a secret. Although he would repay the debt of his previous life with blood, he had to have a plan. The reason Qin Yu wanted to create Eternal Dragon was to prepare for his revenge. Heavenly Imperial Palace, Sage Divine Dynasty, Ancient Cold Island. 3 of the 7 top forces have arrived. Qin Yu looked around and found the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Because of the arrival of Sky Emperor Palace, the cultivators of countless forces were engaged in heated discussions. Sky Imperial Palace is indeed a top force. They have 14 young martial emperors. Sun Xiu, one of the four ghosts, is here as expected. The sky prides around Sun Xiu are all-powerful. I'm afraid they're strong enough to make it to the battle roll. Why is there a martial ancestor here? Martial ancestor realm? No way! Why would the Heavenly Imperial Palace send a martial progenitor to such an occasion? Isn't this guy the monster who caused a ruckus at the martial gathering of the 3 divine dynasties in the southern region? That's right, it's indeed this young man who has suppressed the entire martial progenitor realm of the southern region to the point where no one dares to challenge him. He's undefeatable among the martial progenitors. So he's going to challenge a martial emperor? Due to the martial gathering of the southern region divine dynasty, Qin Yu's reputation in the Heavenly Imperial Palace had surpassed that of Shi Jingtian and the others who were at the martial emperor realm. He was comparable to Sun Xiu. Regardless of the era, those who were undefeatable among the same rank were rare talents that only appeared once every few hundred years. Furthermore, Qin Yu was undefeatable among those who were at a higher cultivation level. Such an existence was even rarer. This guy has completely trampled on all the martial progenitors in the southern region. His reputation has spread far and wide. Zhou Weiyuan exclaimed in the sage divine dynasty, one of the top 7 forces. The martial gathering that the 3 divine dynasties of the southern region had prepared had turned out to be Qin Yu's stepping stone to fame. It can't be helped. The martial progenitors in the southern region are weaker than him. In the Wuliang divine dynasty, one of the top 10 forces near the sage divine dynasty, Qian Yiming was calm. In the past 2 months, the news about Qin Yu had spread like wildfire in the southern region. It was difficult for anyone to not know about it. However, is the Heavenly Imperial Palace really going to send him to the empty space? In the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty, one of the top 10 forces, a strange look flashed across Yi Tianyu's eyes. There was no doubt that Qin Yu's combat talent was undefeatable among the martial progenitors. However, in the martial emperor realm it was nothing. Right now, Qin Yu had already revealed his abilities. Who knew how many powers had already set their eyes on him? Not to mention others. Even the 3 divine dynasties would not mind getting rid of Qin Yu if they had the chance. Perhaps they just brought him here to broaden his horizons. Zhou Weiyuan and Qian Yiming were also skeptical about this. The Heavenly Sun, Holy Land, is here. At this moment, Zhou Weiyuan's expression changed as he tilted his head to look at the horizon. A golden-purple flame flickered in the sky as if it had traveled through the void. In an instant, it had arrived at the center of the fiendish demon sea. It was a 3-legged golden crow that was burning with raging flames. However, the flames on the 3-legged golden crow were golden purple and looked noble and extraordinary. Many forces that had arrived at the center of the area could not help but retreat. Although the purple gold flames were not targeted at them, just approaching them was enough to make their hair stand on end. They could not stay for long. It was the ancient demonic beast, the purple gold 3-spirit crow. This was the saint beast of the Heavenly Sun, Holy Land, one of the top forces. Its power was enough to crush ordinary Emperor Realm masters. Yi Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. His natal fire seed was completely suppressed in front of the purple gold 3-spirit crow. The purple gold 3-spirit crow was a pure descendant of the golden crow and could be considered a sentient life form. In front of his fire Dao ability, there were very few fire seeds that weren't suppressed. There were more than 10 figures standing on the back of the purple gold 3-spirit crow. Although there were venerable sovereigns among the dozen or so people, the most eye-catching one was a burly young man surrounded by purple flames. Mysterious fire runes appeared on the young man's face. His aura was one with the purple gold 3-spirit crow, and his power was shocking. Tang Mingxin. Seeing the burly young man, Sun Xiu and Zhou Weiyuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Tang Mingxin, one of the 4 great sages, the holy son of the Heavenly Sun, Holy Land. Although Tang Mingxin was a rising star in the last war ranking, However, he had been famous in the spiritual state for a long time, because Tang Mingxin had an innate fire god body. Among the many emperor physiques, the innate fire god body was definitely the top emperor physique. In the history of the heavenly realm, there had been two fire gods. One was born in the ancient times, and the other could be traced back to the ancient times. As for the rumors of the two fire gods, there was very little information that could be confirmed. However, there was one thing that was truly recorded. The two fire gods were both innate fire god bodies. In the long history of the heavenly realm, there had been countless emperor realm masters. However, it was extremely rare to be able to be crowned with the words immortal or God after becoming an emperor realm master. Each of them was a peak existence of an era. Tang Mingxin had such an emperor physique, so he was naturally a famous genius in the spiritual state. His reputation was even above Sun Xiu and Zhou Wuyuan. Chapter 348. From the looks of it, the 7 top factions will really gather here. Looking at Tang Mingxin, Qian Yuming muttered to himself. In the 4 regions of the spirit state, there were only 7 forces that could be considered as top forces. Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty, Heavenly Imperial Palace, Heavenly Sun Holy Land, Sage Divine Dynasty, Shenyuan Family, Ancient Cold Island, and Wanwu Sect. These 7 top forces stood at the peak of the spirit state, looking down on all the heroes. Following closely behind the 7 top forces were the 10 super forces. The Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty and the Immeasurable God Dynasty were the 10 super forces. It could be said that 80 to 90% of the territory of the spirit state was divided by these 17 forces. As time passed, famous forces from the 4 regions of the spirit state continued to arrive. One after another, famous emperors and talented young geniuses of the spirit state appeared. No force in the spirit state would not be tempted by a void space that could cause a backlash from an emperor realm master. Boom! For days later, suddenly another huge pillar of spiritual chi shot up into the sky from the 100-meter-long void crack, shaking the entire southern region. After this pillar of spiritual chi shot up into the sky, countless visible Taoist spirit inscriptions appeared in the void crack. Seeing those Taoist spirit inscriptions, all the forces that had gathered were excited. Only the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty looked quite upset. Several emperors from their dynasty wanted to break those Taoist spirit inscriptions, so they were unlucky and were seriously injured by the backlash. For an emperor realm master, being hit by the backlash of other Taoist spirit inscriptions was not an ordinary injury. If they were not careful, it was very likely that they would have permanent internal injuries. After those Taoist spirit inscriptions appeared, they gradually became dim and illusory, then dissipated under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Immediately, pure spiritual energy surged out from the spatial rift like a torrent, and it instantly engulfed an area of 5,000 kilometers. The restriction at the entrance has been lifted. Go in. At this moment, all the emperors present immediately took action. They sent the young geniuses of the various forces through the void crack and into the void space. About half an hour later, after the various major forces had made their moves, the battle continued. The young geniuses of the small forces could not hold back and flew into the void crack, one after another. None of the major forces present tried to stop them. This void space was not a secret realm that only belonged to them. They were not so bossy as to forbid people from other forces from entering. Bang! Suddenly an explosion was heard. It was a cultivator. The moment he stepped into the crack, he was shocked. His entire body was crushed into powder by the force of the Tao art. Not even the slightest trace of his remains was left behind, which dissipated into the air. This attracted the attention of many factions that had gathered. They were all astonished and engaged in heated discussions. However, the Emperor Realm Master's expressions didn't change at all. They had clearly seen the person earlier. Although he was only a martial emperor, his bone age was definitely over 30. These major factions had personally tested the waters. There were still some people who wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak into the void space. They were really stupid. However, with the previous example, the other martial emperors who were originally itching to make a move could not help but withdraw their thoughts. Although opportunities were important, one had to be alive to enjoy them. The power of a peak emperor realm Dao technique. In the fiendish demon sea, a white-clothed young man with a cold face and a faint cold aura surrounded his body. When he saw the martial emperor who had been turned into powder, his eyes flickered with a strange light. After waiting for a while, a gray ancient iron ring appeared in the white-clothed young man's hand. After putting the iron ring on his hand, the young man flew into the sky and entered the void crack. When he came into contact with the void crack, the terrifying power of the Tao art surged out again. However, at this moment, the ancient iron ring in the young man's hand flashed with a deep light. Immediately, the terrifying power of the Tao art that had surged out dissipated after a slight stalemate. The young man heaved a sigh of relief. He turned into a cold light and immediately entered the void crack. That person just now, has he reached the limit of his bone age? The abnormality of the Tao art in the void crack could not be hidden from the Emperor Realm Masters. However, they only took a glance and withdrew their gazes. Ah, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the peak of a 10,000-foot tall mountain, a hurricane that was as sharp as a blade whistled and swept through the world. Suddenly, a light flashed and more than a dozen figures appeared on the mountain peak. They were Qin Yu and the others from the Heavenly Imperial Palace. At this moment, such a scene was playing out continuously in the void crack. Qin Yu and the others had just flown out of the blade-like hurricane and were about to land on the mountain peak. Roar! Suddenly, the mountain peak transformed into a giant beast that was over 10,000 zhang tall. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Qin Yu and the others, as if it wanted to swallow them whole. It was an earth element spiritual beast that had turned into a mountain peak, and its cultivation had reached the martial emperor realm. Slash! A sharp light flashed in Shi Jingtian's eyes, and a giant saber appeared in his hand. Saber runes filled the air and flickered as he slashed a saber. With a flash of white light, the saber light slashed into the giant beast's mouth and disappeared. In the next moment, tens of millions of saber lights appeared and the giant beast exploded, turning into countless rocks and soil. With a single slash, a martial emperor realm spiritual beast was killed. Shi Jingtian's strength was undoubtedly strong. Shen Feng, which direction do you think we should go? They fly down and land on a huge rock. Sun Shiyu then looks at Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu said that his goal was not the ancient heavenly Qilin, Sun Shiyu still wanted to go. Sun Shiyu wanted to see if Qin Yu knew the location of the ancient heavenly Qilin, the west. This time around, even without using the Dragon Soul's secret technique, Qin Yu was still able to clearly sense that vast amount of Dragon Clan. Sister Shiyu, didn't the Palace Master say that there is a divination spiritual talisman that can help us find the ancient heavenly Qilin? Shi Jingtian asked when he saw that Sun Shiyu was asking Qin Yu. There is indeed a divination spiritual talisman. Sun Shiyu nodded and moved her right hand. An ancient divine talisman appeared in her hand. This was given to her by her father, and it contained the power of divination that could help them find the ancient heavenly Qilin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Sun Shiyu's true origin energy poured in, the divination's spiritual talisman immediately trembled in the southeast direction. Over there. Shi Jingtian's eyes flashed with joy as he looked in the direction where the divination's spiritual talisman was trembling. It seems like we have to split up, Qin Yu said when he saw the situation. It was much more convenient for him to act alone. After all, he did not want them to see him subduing the dragon race for the time being. Split up? Why? Shi Jingtian looked at Qin Yu in confusion. Who knew how many martial emperors had entered the empty space? Given their strength, they might not be able to capture the ancient heavenly Qilin. If they split up, did they want the ancient heavenly Qilin to be taken away by other forces? Chapter 349. Our mission is to capture the ancient heavenly Qilin. Shinfeng, I don't know why you entered the void space, but right now, capturing the ancient heavenly Qilin is our main mission. Sun Shiyu also frowned. She didn't expect Qinyu to ignore the big picture even at this moment. What I mean is I'll go alone. You guys go capture the ancient heavenly Qilin together. After all, with my strength, I won't be able to help you, said Qinyu. No. Before Shi Jingtian could say anything, Sun Shiyu had already made her decision. If they wanted to capture the ancient heavenly Qilin, nothing could happen to Qinyu. Don't worry, I have a contracted soul puppet. Even if I can't defeat it, nothing will happen. Qinyu willed, and a white light flashed. The skeleton ghost king appeared. After cultivating in the blood demon continent for several months, the skeleton ghost king's cultivation had also increased rapidly. It had already reached the peak of rank 5 martial emperor. In terms of cultivation, it was no weaker than Shi Jingtian, who was a rank 5 martial emperor. This skeleton ghost king's cultivation has become so powerful. Sun Shiyu took a glance, and a trace of shock flashed through her eyes. Compared to when they were in the Divine Moon Imperial Tomb, the skeleton ghost king's cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Shinfeng, since you have such a powerful soul puppet, you should go with us. Shi Jingtian was also a little surprised, but he quickly replied, I'm sorry. The ancient heavenly Qilin is very important to you guys, but what I'm going to do is also very important to me. Farewell. Qinyu didn't waste any more words. He put away the skeleton ghost king, and a yellow light flashed on his body. He burrowed into the ground and instantly disappeared several hundred feet away. Divine ability secret technique, earth burrowing technique. This guy. Shi Jingtian's face sank. He wanted to go and capture Qinyu. Forget it. Since he dares to go alone, he should be able to protect himself. Let's go and capture the ancient heavenly Qilin first. Sun Shiyu stopped Shi Jingtian and flew in the direction of the divination talisman. Since Qinyu didn't want them to go with him, there must be something that he didn't want them to know. Sister Shiyu, this guy isn't just a simple descendant of the divine emperor, right? During the flight, Shi Jingtian asked Sun Shiyu curiously. As a core disciple, Shi Jingtian could naturally see Qinyu's status in Sky Imperial Palace. It could be said that the importance of Qinyu in the Heavenly Imperial Palace was even higher than Shi Jingtian. He was comparable to Sun Shiyu. In the past, none of the descendants of the 3 sovereigns in the Heavenly Imperial Palace could be compared with Sun Shiyu, including Shi Jingtian. But now, Qinyu had broken this precedent. Shi Jingtian couldn't figure it out. His position in the palace is indeed not just that of a descendant of the 3 emperors. However, I cannot tell you the specifics. Sun Shiyu said telepathically. Her position in the Sky Emperor Palace was much higher than what outsiders thought. She knew many of the palace's secrets. As for the reason, it was naturally because she possessed the strongest bloodline of the 3 sovereigns after the era of the 3 sovereigns ended. As long as the bloodline was awakened, it was possible to reach the stage of atavism. Because of this, the upper echelons of the Sky Emperor Palace allowed Sun Shiyu to come in contact with various matters. If there were no accidents, Sun Shiyu would be in charge of the Heavenly Imperial Palace in the future. All right. Shi Jingtian also knew the rules of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, so he didn't ask too much. At this moment, Qinyu, who was using the earth tunneling technique, quickly headed west after separating from Sun Shiyu and the others. From the aura of the dragon race, it should be a high-level divine dragon. Its cultivation should be at least above rank 5 martial emperor. Don't we need to make any preparations? With a flash of light, the dragon soul appeared from the divine dragon ancient seal and reminded Qinyu. Since this void space was left behind by Fairy Shualan, there's no need to make any preparations. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. The dragon's soul was slightly stunned. It seemed to have thought of something and nodded. With Fairy Shualan's character, she should have left behind some methods to help Qin Yu, just like the dragon soul that sealed the ancient sky dragon. Amen. After traveling several thousand miles underground, the dragon soul that followed Qin Yu changed its expression slightly. Its space-time ability immediately spread out. Almost at this moment, a destructive fluctuation of the great Tao exploded. The depths of the ground where Qin Yu was turned into a frightening pit several hundred miles wide. Dust filled the air and violent great Tao energy shook. At the center of the pit, Qin Yu, who was enveloped by the indestructible Stone Emperor's seal, appeared. He raised his head and looked at the people who attacked above the pit. The descendants of the 12 generals. Qin Yu recognized them after taking a glance. Although the 3 people who attacked had unfamiliar faces and were not wearing the heavenly imperial palace's attire, Qin Yu recognized them. However, Qin Yu was able to sense the bloodline power of the 12 battle generals from their bodies. Although it was faintly discernible, there was no doubt that they were the 12 generals. Qin Yu had fought with the descendants of the 12 generals in the divine sovereign tower. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken about their bloodline power. Since you're so eager to die, I can only send you on your way. Cold killing intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he slowly rose into the air. He was still wondering why the descendants of the 12 generals didn't receive any news of such a huge commotion. Now, it seemed that they had already avoided the 3 emperors' forces and were secretly taking action. Who is that young man? Who cares who he is? Kill them both. The 3 descendants of the war emperors had indifferent expressions. They looked at Qin Yu and the dragon soul as if they were looking at dead people. With their cultivation of martial emperors, it was naturally easy for them to deal with 2 puny martial ancestors. A rank 4 martial emperor and 2 rank 3 martial emperors. The dragon's soul grinned, its killing intent surging. This kind of trash was simply courting death. Sky-covering formation. Facing the 3 martial emperors, Qin Yu's cold expression did not change. He simply opened his right hand. Formation runes spread out from his palm. In an instant, the formation runes covered the entire crater. They turned into an enormous formation that covered the sky and imprisoned the 3 martial emperors. Originally, the 3 of them were still on guard. However, after carefully sensing the formation, they all smiled in contempt. What could a mere divine-level formation, rune, do to them? Die. The 3 great Daos of heaven and earth surged toward Qin Yu like the wind and clouds. Bang! Right at this moment, a white silhouette flashed through the sky and shot forth a punch. The 3 great Daos of destruction that came crashing down were directly shattered into pieces. As for the 3 martial emperors, they were knocked back several hundred meters. Peak rank 5 martial emperor? Not good. Quickly retreat. They focused their gazes and their expressions changed enormously. They no longer cared about killing Qin Yu and immediately wanted to escape. Although there were 3 of them, they did not have the slightest bit of battle intent when facing the skeleton Ghost King. They were not Sun Shiyu. They did not have the strength to fight enemies of a higher cultivation than them. However, when they were preparing to escape, they discovered that the mere divine-level formation set up by Qin Yu was actually not destroyed even after being bombarded several hundred times by them. Chapter 350. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. How could the heaven-concealing formation, formed by fusing the War Emperor transformation with the power of formations, be judged by its rank? Although the great Tao of heaven and earth was powerful with their cultivation of rank 3 and 4 martial emperors, it was impossible for them to break through it within 10 breaths. To martial emperors, 10 breaths was more than enough for them to do. In that short period of time, the skeleton Ghost King had already caught up to them with a leap. Fist rays as heavy as mountains bombarded them, like a torrential storm. The entire void was trembling nonstop, showing signs of collapsing. The three martial emperors had no power to fight back at all. They could only defend themselves. After being defeated again and again, they immediately fell into the danger of death. That's his contracted spirit puppet. Go and restrain him first. Among the three, the rank 4 martial emperor with the highest cultivation had blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His aura was extremely chaotic. He shouted and ignited his bloodline, causing his battle power to soar. Right now, only by capturing Qin would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, all three of them would die here today. Whoosh! One of the 2 rank 3 martial emperors also ignited his bloodline power and fought against the skeleton ghost king with all his might. The other one took the opportunity to escape from the battle. With a pale face, he pounced toward Qin and the dragon soul. However, to their surprise, the skeleton ghost king did not react to their tactics at all. It only continued to suppress the 2, as if it was not worried about Qin safety at all. Good, I'll use you to practice. Although rank 3 martial emperors were very powerful, Qin was no longer in the same state as when he was in the Divine Moon Imperial Tomb. Right now, not only had Qin cultivation reached the Nirvana Second Revolution, he had also obtained the new 3 Emperors' divine ability. Most importantly, his 9 esotericas of the battle dragon had evolved a few times as his cultivation grew stronger. During the Divine Dynasty Martial Gathering, Qin had been restraining his strength. This time, he was going to fight without restraint. They wanted to see how strong he was now. Seal. That descendant of a battle general used his ultimate move. The vast power of the great path of heaven and earth condensed into an ancient seal that descended with a loud rumble. It was about to seal Qin, Azure Dragon battling the heavens. Qin, who had been standing in the void and watching the show, suddenly changed his aura. Streaks of dark green tattoos covered his entire body like streaks of green dragon scales. A vast dragon might spread out. His Nirvana Second Revolution cultivation had directly broken through the limits of the martial ancestor realm and reached the martial emperor realm. Right at this moment, several tens of thousands of miles away, a human silhouette that was flying extremely fast suddenly froze. His gaze abruptly turned toward the direction where Qin was. This person was none other than the stern young man in white who wore an ancient iron ring on his hand. What a powerful dragon might! But why is there a human aura? That white-clothed, grave and stern man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He changed his direction and rushed towards Qin location. How is this possible? At that moment, in the deep pit, the face of the martial emperor general, who was sealed by the seal, changed greatly. His eyes popped out in disbelief. Reaching the martial emperor realm from the martial ancestor realm was such a shocking, secret technique. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it before. 5 elements, chaotic sky. Qin hands moved. In the void, the 5 elements light and the chaotic order surged. The sky seemed to have turned into a raging sea. The ancient seal formed by the general martial emperor was immediately distorted by the impact. The 5 elements and the chaotic order had turned into the power of the great path. Qin used a secret technique to execute it, and its power was extremely shocking. Damn it, you're defeated. The general martial emperor finally recovered from the shock. He saw that the battle on the skeleton ghost king's side was getting more and more dangerous. He did not have time to think and directly burned his general bloodline. His battle strength underwent a transformation, and his attacks became even more terrifying as they bombarded Qin. Time reversal. At this moment, the dragon's soul formed a seal with both hands and executed a space-time ability. The flow of time in this world was affected. The speed of the general martial emperor, who was originally as fast as lightning, was more than several times slower. The speed of the battle of the martial emperor was several times slower. This was definitely fatal. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and Qin, who had executed the 9 Serenities Purgatory, was covered in dragon scales. His battle strength increased again. Holding the sky-splitting spear in his hand, he suddenly attacked. The General Martial Emperor, who was affected by the space-time ability, could not react in time. The power of the great path of heaven and earth that he had condensed was destroyed by Qin Yu's spear. Vast and unparalleled power then bombarded the General Martial Emperor's body, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. His aura was chaotic and weak. However, Qin Yu continued to follow him like a shadow. His attacks were also unceasing. One after another, the Dragon Clan's remarkable abilities and secret techniques were unleashed in succession. The General Martial Emperor could only defend himself. Pucci! Finally, as Qin Yu executed the heavenly stellar divine light, the General Martial Emperor's body was penetrated and revealed a flaw. Qin Yu grabbed it and killed it with one strike. Immediately, a majestic force of providence flowed from the General Martial Emperor's body into Qin Yu's body. Sure enough, after killing it completely, all the providence will be plundered. A light flashed through Qin Yu's eyes. The providence of the General Martial Emperor was more than 10 times stronger than the providence that he had obtained from Yi Xiaoning. The power that was brewing in Qin Yu's soul became more and more intense. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The battle on the Skeleton Ghost King's side had come to an end. The 2 General Martial Emperors saw that the General Martial Emperor, who had gone to capture Qin Yu, was killed by Qin Yu. The hope in their hearts was completely shattered. Coupled with the burning of their bloodline power, their condition became worse and worse. They were seriously injured by the Skeleton Ghost King. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's order to not let the Skeleton Ghost King kill them, they would have already died. The 2 of them had already lost their lives. How could they have lasted for so long? The Skeleton Ghost King was a rank 5 Martial Emperor, and it was not to be trifled with. Whoosh! With a flash of black light, Qin Yu swooped down. His divine spear pierced through the air, causing the sky to tremble. The 2 General Martial Emperors died under the spear. The amount of providence that Qin Yu had plundered was even more frightening. As for the Skeleton Ghost King, it devoured the auras of the 3 Martial Emperors, and its cultivation increased. However, from the Martial Emperor realm onwards, there would be a clear divide in strength. Every level of cultivation was extremely difficult to achieve. It was also because of this that the Skeleton Ghost King had devoured tens of thousands of blood demons in the past few months. However, its cultivation had remained at rank 5 Martial Emperor. Judging from the Skeleton Ghost King's aura, Qin Yu estimated that it would need to devour a dozen more rank 3 and rank 4 Martial Emperors for its barbarian god Emperor's body to evolve. After the battle ended, Qin Yu did not stay any longer and continued to travel through the ground. As long as there was no one like the descendants of the 12 General Martial Emperors who had their eyes on him, no one would be so bored as to make a move on a martial ancestor for no reason. Roughly an hour after Qin Yu left, a white light rapidly flew over. When the white light dissipated, the white-clothed man appeared in front of the crater. Chapter 351. 2 types of dragon blood aura. 3. No. For types of Dragon Clan divine ability fluctuations. What's going on? The cold-looking man in white formed a seal with his hands, and a mysterious fluctuation emanated from his body. A look of extreme shock appeared on his cold face. Not only did he sense the dragon blood aura of Qin Yu and the dragon soul, he even sensed Qin Yu's 9 nether purgatory, heavenly stellar divine light, golden flame heaven incinerating fire, and the dragon soul's space-time divine ability. If Qin Yu were here, he would also be extremely surprised, because the mysterious fluctuation emanating from the cold-looking man in white was pure dragon pressure. In the Dragon Clan, only Emperor Realm Masters could transform. In other words, this cold-looking man in white was a true Emperor Realm Master. The cold-looking man in white looked in the direction Qin Yu left in and was a little conflicted. He really wanted to chase after him and see what kind of divine ability could control so many Dragon Clan divine abilities. But after thinking about it, he still did not chase after Chinyu and turned around to leave. He suppressed his cultivation and did not hesitate to risk his life to come here for an extremely important purpose. As for this guy, he would slowly investigate after he got out. 10 hours later, Chinyu appeared in front of a sea of clouds. The place where he was now was completely opposite from where he sensed the Saint Grade Dragon Clan. The reason why Chinyu was here was because this sea of clouds had the power of Tao left behind by Fairy Shuolan. The power of the Tao affected the entire void. When he just came in, Chinyu noticed this. Therefore, Chinyu was confident that he could deal with the Saint Grade Dragon Clan. Whoosh! Chinyu broke into the sea of clouds and went all the way. Not long after, a golden ancient altar appeared in front of Chinyu. On the ancient altar, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen. As if sensing Chinyu's arrival, the figure smiled at Chinyu and merged into the altar. Chinyu was a little excited and immediately jumped onto the golden altar. That figure, just now, was the trace of Origin's soul power left behind by Fairy Shuolan. However, when Chinyu sensed it carefully, his excited expression was slightly restrained. The strand of soul power that Fairy Shuolan had left behind had completely dissipated. At the last moment, it had triggered the restriction on the golden altar. There were numerous golden ancient divine marks revolving around Chinyu's body. It was as if they had condensed into a golden armor. Those ancient runes were condensed from the power of Tao left behind by Fairy Shuolan. However, for some unknown reason, the power of the Tao technique had been greatly depleted. Its power was now only at the level of a martial emperor. Otherwise, with the power of the ancient divine runes, Chinyu would be invincible in this space. However, even though he could not unleash the power of the Tao, he still had these ancient divine runes. Even if Chinyu did not use the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens, his battle strength would still be top-notch in this space. Chinyu collected his somewhat disappointed mind, although he did not know where Fairy Shuolan had gone. But in this life, Chinyu would find her back. Now, the most important thing was to recover his cultivation. After eliminating those enemies from his previous life, Chinyu would be able to wholeheartedly search for Fairy Shuolan. If his enemies were not destroyed, Chinyu would not be able to get rid of the obsession in his heart. After obtaining the power of Tao left behind by Fairy Shuolan, Chinyu flew all the way in the direction of the dragon race's pressure. This is... After 6 hours, Chinyu's expression suddenly changed. The dragon's soul also instantly sensed it. Someone beat us to it, the dragon's soul said. Swoosh! Chinyu did not hesitate. His speed was even faster as he broke through the void and disappeared into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in a vast and boundless stone forest, a huge battle was taking place. This stone forest was extremely strange. Not only was it light purple in color, but it was also covered with mysterious, natural Tao runes. Roar! Suddenly, a soul-shaking dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens, causing all living things to tremble. In the depths of the stone forest, there was a thunderstorm of lightning raging all over the sky. The stone forest within 1,000 miles had turned into a sea of lightning. In the violent lightning that filled the sky, there was a 10,000 feet long black lightning shadow that rolled wildly. The lightning in the entire sky surged along with it. If a cultivator saw that black shadow clearly, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The reason for that was because that lightning silhouette was actually a real dragon. A 10,000 feet long body covered in light purple dragon scales. On each light purple dragon scale, there were divine runes of lightning appearing, mighty divine power. As the divine runes of lightning on the dragon scales flickered, the lightning in the sky above the stone forest flickered rhythmically. This purple lightning divine Cloud Dragon's cultivation is close to that of a rank 7 martial emperor. How are we going to fight it? Don't mess up the formation. Trap it. This won't do. There are too many lightning stones here. The purple lightning divine, Cloud Dragon's aura is getting stronger. Oh no, this space has been sealed by the power of lightning. However, at this moment, there were more than 10 figures in the sea of lightning. They had set up a terrifying formation. They were attacking the purple lightning divine, Cloud Dragon. The auras of those people were unfathomable. They were all martial emperors. Since they were all martial emperors, they were all martial emperors. At the very least, they were all from a superpower. However, it was these superpowers geniuses who were besieging the purple lightning divine, Cloud Dragon, that quickly fell into a desperate situation. Now, even if they wanted to retreat, they no longer had the chance. At this moment, there was a figure quietly observing the battle in the stone forest. That person was none other than the cold-looking man in white. He had not hesitated to seal his cultivation to sneak into the empty space for the purple lightning divine Cloud Dragon. The cold-looking man in white had not expected that there would be someone who had found the purple lightning divine Cloud Dragon earlier than him. What was even more unexpected was that a mere dozen martial emperors had dared to target the purple lightning divine Cloud Dragon. Weren't they courting their own deaths? However, he did not stop them. Instead, he took the opportunity to observe the purple lightning divine Cloud Dragon. If he had not sealed his cultivation, it would have been easy for him to capture the purple lightning divine Cloud Dragon. However, once he broke the seal, the empty space that was filled with the power of the way would kill him completely. He did not know what kind of existence had left behind the power of the way in this empty space. Roar! Another deafening dragon roar was heard. In the sky that was filled with thunderclouds, there was a huge lightning ball that was 100 feet in size. The dozen martial emperors' geniuses who had joined forces were horrified. They even looked pale and hopeless. The destructive power that was contained in the lightning ball made them feel the real danger of death. Crack! The lightning ball suddenly exploded. Rolling purple thunderbolts swept out like a tidal wave. Extremely destructive thunderbolts wreaked havoc in the sea of lightning. The dozen martial emperors' geniuses screamed in agony. They were all charred black by the thunderbolts. Their flesh was lacerated and their auras were extremely weak. Chapter 352. Compared to the power of heaven and earth, the power of lightning was definitely the most destructive power. The dozen over martial emperors, whose cultivation was far below the purple thunder divine Cloud Dragons, were completely suppressed to the point that they could not retaliate. Rumble. After the lightning ball exploded, the purple lightning heavenly dragon turned into a torrent of lightning and rushed out. After 10 breaths, the dozen martial emperors were killed. Their souls were scattered, and there was nothing left of them. After killing the dozen martial emperors, the purple lightning heavenly dragon did not disperse the lightning in the sky. That pair of huge dragon eyes, flashing with lightning, looked in the direction of the white-robed man. The purple lightning heavenly dragon had already noticed the cold-looking man in white when he appeared. However, the purple lightning heavenly dragon did not attack the cold-looking man in white. Instead, it looked like it was thinking, "Haha, it seems like you have seen through my real body." The cold-looking man in white smiled and flew to the edge of the lightning stone forest. At this moment, dragon tattoos that were overflowing with cold air appeared on the white-robed man's body. A noble and vast dragon might burst out from Qin Nan. Shock appeared in the purple heaven godly lightning dragon's eyes. The cold-looking man in white's real strength made the purple lightning heavenly dragon feel pressured. More importantly, the dragon race bloodline of the cold-looking man in white made the purple heaven divine lightning dragon's dragon race bloodline feel suppressed. The suppression came from the depths of the bloodline. It was an innate suppression. The cold-looking man in white had a terrifying dragon bloodline. Dragon Emperor bloodline. After a while, The purple lightning heavenly dragon's voice was loud and powerful. I am AOD, the descendant of the Dragon Emperor in the eternal Dragon Nation. The cold-looking man in white nodded with a proud look on his face. In the history of the Sky Domain, the Dragon Emperor had established the eternal Dragon Nation when the Dragon Tribe was at its peak. At that time, the Dragon Emperor had been in charge of the eternal Dragon Nation. It had suppressed the Sky Domain and deterred the extraterritorial races. Unfortunately, the Dragon Emperor had disappeared from the Sky Domain, and the eternal Dragon Nation had collapsed. The Sky-punishing Dragon Tribe had their own kings and even fought with each other. Why are you looking for me? He could sense that AOD's Dragon Emperor bloodline was becoming stronger and stronger. The lightning dragon scales on the purple heavenly lightning dragon, flickered with lightning, resisting the vast Emperor's aura. I want to rebuild the eternal Dragon Nation and restore the glory of the dragon race. AOD's ice-cold expression was now filled with fanaticism. Rebuilding Eternal Dragon and restoring the glory of his ancestors was his lifelong goal. You want me to follow you? The purple heaven godly thunder dragon's huge dragon eyes moved slightly. After knowing that AOD was the descendant of the Dragon Emperor, he could basically guess AOD's origin. That's right. When I unify the dragon race and establish the eternal Dragon Nation, I'll be able to do so. Purple Thunder, Divine Firmament Dragon, you will become a god just like your ancestors who followed the Dragon Emperor, and your name will spread throughout the ages. AOD had cultivated for countless years and reached the Emperor realm. Now he could finally take action. I'm not interested. Unexpectedly, the purple heaven godly thunder dragon directly refused. Not interested. Why? Do you want to be sealed in this tiny void space forever? AOD was stunned. He was the descendant of the Dragon Emperor and a martial emperor expert. Although the purple heaven godly thunder dragon's bloodline was powerful, he was only a martial emperor. He did not hesitate to suppress his cultivation level and came here with great sincerity. How could he be rejected by the purple heaven godly thunder dragon? I'm willing to be sealed here because I have an unfinished mission. The purple heaven godly thunder dragon said. Mission? AOD frowned. The purple heaven godly thunder dragon's words made him feel that. Why did it sound like the purple heaven godly thunder dragon had already been subdued? Swoosh! Just as AOD was about to speak, a divine light shot over from the distant sky at an astonishing speed. When the divine light dissipated, a figure was revealed. It was Chinyu who was rushing over. AOD, who did not care about Chinyu's arrival, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Chinyu seriously. It's him. AOD's eyes lit up. Although it was his first time seeing Chinyu, he immediately sensed the dragon blood aura and secret technique fluctuations on Chinyu's body. It was the person who had 2 types of dragon blood aura and 4 types of divine abilities and secret techniques of the dragon clan that he had sensed earlier. Chinyu was also here. His purpose was self-evident. He was most likely here for the purple heaven godly thunder dragon. But what AOD could not figure out was how Chinyu knew the dragon clan's innate divine abilities. The dragon blood aura on his body could be understood as he had refined dragon blood before. A human had mastered 4 types of innate divine abilities of the dragon clan. This had never happened even in the history of the dragon clan. One had to know that even a pure-blooded dragon like him could only control his own innate divine abilities. He could cultivate other innate divine abilities of the dragon clan, but he could not comprehend the innate divine ability of the dragon clan. At most, it could only be considered a secret technique and not a dragon clan's innate divine ability. Dragon transformation? Emperor realm. Chinyu, who had stopped moving, glanced at the purple heaven godly thunder dragon, and his attention immediately fell on AOD. With just a glance, Chinyu could tell that AOD was a real dragon transformation. This caused Chinyu to be rather surprised. This void space contained the power of Fairy Shualan's Tao technique. This guy actually had the means to suppress his cultivation level and sneak in here? Of course, while he was surprised, Qin Yu's eyes still flashed with a fiery light. This person had the cultivation level of an emperor realm. If he could subdue him, Qin Yu's cultivation level would be greatly improved. Of course, Qin Yu was only thinking about it now. Even if he had the support of Fairy Shualan's Tao technique and divine runes, he would not be able to deal with an emperor realm master, unless this person broke the seal on his own and completely triggered the Tao technique power of the entire void space. In that case, Qin Yu would be able to take advantage of the situation. This is the Fairy's Tao technique power. At the moment when Qin Yu and AOD were having their own thoughts unceasingly, when the purple heaven godly thunder dragon saw the golden armor-like Tao technique and divine runes on Qin Yu's body, the dragon's huge eyes suddenly became a little excited. After waiting for hundreds of years, the person that the fairy had mentioned had finally appeared. Junior, how do you know the divine ability of the dragon clan? Finally, AOD broke the silence and asked the question in his heart. It's a long story. Although Qin Yu could not deal with an Emperor Realm Master now, he did not need to be too afraid. In the current situation, if they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Then, let's make it simple. AOD asked. I'm sorry, I don't have the time now. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Is that so? Then I'll have to see for myself. Before he finished speaking, the cold air around AOD suddenly swept out with a whistling sound. Behind him, it vaguely turned into a 1,000-foot-long ice shinran, a boundless dragon's might that was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain was smashing toward Qin Yu. AOD could easily suppress a mere martial ancestor, even if he suppressed his cultivation. AOD was quite concerned that Qin Yu could control several divine abilities of the Dragon Clan. This was even more important than persuading the Purple Heaven godly Thunder Dragon. Although AOD had not seen it with his own eyes, he had a strong premonition. Figuring out the mystery of Qin Yu might be of great benefit to him. Chapter 353. This Dragon Clan fluctuation. Qin Yu's eyelids twitched when he sensed AOD's dragon aura. He was shocked. Immortal grade dragon blood. No, it's close to immortal grade dragon blood. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal also looked up at AOD in disbelief. The divine grade dragon clan was the emperor realm, while the divine grade dragon clan was the emperor realm. As for immortal grade dragon blood, Qin Yu had only seen it once. It was the immortal ancient Shinran that he had obtained after cultivating the dragon soul. AOD's dragon bloodline was close to immortal grade dragon blood, which naturally shocked Qin Yu and the dragon soul. If not for their lack of strength, they would have attacked long ago. Whoosh! AOD had already made his move. The Shinran behind him that was condensed from frost chi seemed to be sentient and had a life of its own. It swept toward Qin Yu with a gust of cold wind. Wherever the frost Shinran passed, a large area was frozen. In an instant, a world of ice and snow appeared. Boom! Qin Yu came back to his senses, and the divine runes on his body flickered. Just as he was about to make his move, an earth-shattering sound of thunder rang out. Dozens of purple thunderbolts descended from the sky and blocked the frost Shinran that was sweeping toward Qin Yu. Huh. Purple thunder divine dragon? You want to stop me? AOD was surprised and looked at the purple thunder divine dragon curiously. Not only did the purple thunder divine dragon reject him, but it also wanted to help a human? AOD could not figure it out. Even Qin Yu was surprised. You can't attack him, the purple thunder divine dragon said in a powerful voice. Why can't I attack him? AOD raised his eyebrows. Because this is the reason why I'm trapped here. The purple thunder divine dragon's words confirmed Qin Yu's guess. Is that so? Then we'll have to see if you have the strength to protect him. Aod laughed arrogantly and domineeringly. He was a venerable sovereign and a descendant of the Dragon Emperor. Naturally, he would not be restrained by a mere purple thunder divine cloud dragon. Although the dragon race of the 9 continents of the heaven domain had withered and their whereabouts were hard to find. But if he really wanted to find them, there would definitely be a lot of them. Since the purple thunder divine firmament dragon did not know what was good for it, it could not blame him for being ruthless. In this world, the strong were always respected. When his ancestor, the Dragon Emperor, founded the long-hung dragon nation, didn't he climb to the top by stepping on the corpses of the dragon clan's experts? Today, his path to becoming the Dragon Emperor would begin with the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. Either submit or die. Crack! In the void, the ice Shinran that was blocked by the purple thunderbolt seemed to have sensed Aod's killing intent. It roared the sky, and a terrifying chill erupted. In an instant, the area within tens of thousands of miles turned into a world of ice. Even the purple thunder divine cloud dragon's sea of lightning was frozen. The cold energy that erupted from the frozen ice Shinran had some mysterious Tao runes floating around it, which increased the power of the ice. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon that was frozen in the void by the cold energy exploded with purple thunderbolts all over its body. It was like a group of demons dancing around, shattering the cold energy that was attacking it. In an instant, all the thunder runes on the thunderstones in the stone forest lit up with mysterious thunderbolts. Terrifying thunderclouds gathered in the sky again, and deafening thunder rumbled continuously. Lightning flashed and flashed across the land. The purple thunderbolts that surged around the purple thunder divine cloud dragon became even more ferocious and shocking. Its huge thunderbolt dragon eyes were like 2 lightning lanterns, emitting a powerful aura. As expected of the descendant of Taishao Shinran, Aod's eyes lit up when he saw that the purple thunder divine cloud dragon had broken through his ice seal. This was why he had chosen the purple thunder divine cloud dragon. Although the purple thunder divine cloud dragon was only a divine gray dragon, its potential could reach the emperor grade. If he could subdue it, it would definitely be a super force in the future. After glancing at it, Aod's mind moved. The ice Shinran that was formed by the cold energy immediately pounced on the purple thunder divine cloud dragon. The cold energy froze the sky, and the thunderbolts destroyed the world. The power that could destroy heaven and earth wreaked havoc in this world. No wonder you're so confident. So you're related to the sovereign who sealed this void space. Aod ignored the purple thunder divine cloud dragon, and his gaze fell on Qin Yu again. At this moment, the divine runes on Qin Yu's body emitted a ring of mysterious golden light. With Qin Yu as the center, the cold energy within 100 miles of the void space could not spread at all. Aod naturally sensed that the divine runes on Qin Yu's body were the same as the power of the void space. Without thinking, he knew that the divine runes on Qin Yu's body were left behind by the sovereign who sealed this void space. Qin Yu did not speak. Divine light spread out from his right hand, and the sky-splitting spear condensed. The aura on his body also underwent a huge change. It was extremely dangerous and made people's hair stand on end. If I go all out, can I take him down? After seeing the power of the divine runes, the dragon's soul stared at Aod with sparkling eyes. The dragon's soul was very tempted by the power of the dragon bloodline on Aod, which was close to the immortal grade. How can it be so easy to take down a sovereign? Moreover, he's not an ordinary sovereign. However, Qin Yu was able to see it very clearly. If the power of the Tao left behind by Fairy Shuolan was not lost and the seal was intact, in that case he might be able to capture Aod in this empty space. What a pity for such a fat sheep. The dragon soul was reluctant to part with the dragon bloodline on Aod, which was close to the immortal grade. "I'll roast him sooner or later." A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Since he saw it, he would not let it go. But now he had to play it safe. Even if this guy suppressed his cultivation, as a sovereign, he must have many trump cards. So, he had to get the purple thunder divine, cloud dragon first. Otherwise, the cooked duck would fly away before the fat sheep could be caught. "Look at you. You're also here for the purple thunder divine, cloud dragon. Do you think you can take the purple thunder divine, cloud dragon from me?" Seeing that Qin Yu did not speak, Ao demoved, turned into a cold light, and attacked directly. "Whether I can take it away or not, we'll only know after we fight." Qin Yu was not afraid at all. The divine runes flashed as he faced the attack head-on and thrust his spear. Bang! Bang! One was a sovereign who suppressed his cultivation, while the other was enhanced by the divine runes. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. In the hands of AOD, the divine power of the Ice Dragon clan really had the power to freeze and destroy the world. The area of this frozen space was getting bigger and bigger. In a short time, more than 100,000 miles of area was frozen. If he didn't suppress his cultivation, he might even be able to freeze the entire void dimension. However, Qin Yu's attack was also extremely terrifying. With the power of the divine runes, the cold air was annihilated as soon as it was frozen. The two of them fought fiercely. Both of them unleashed destructive divine abilities and secret techniques, risking their lives to kill each other. The entire area was completely destroyed. Chapter 354. Appear. After exchanging dozens of blows, AOD knew that he couldn't defeat Qin Yu with ordinary means, so he immediately changed his attack. He formed a seal with his hands, and an icy dragon scale appeared between his eyebrows. The dragon scale emitted cold air, and an ancient dragon horn that was only a few inches long appeared. The dragon horn was covered with icy dragon patterns and emitted a substantial dragon power. This ancient dragon horn was a divine treasure left behind by AOD's lineage, a peak divine gray dragon. As AOD's hands formed seals, the ancient dragon horn emitted a vast dragon power. In the blink of an eye, it became several feet long, and the void shook. The ancient dragon horn appeared in front of Qin Yu in a flash like Shinran. It was so powerful that even the divine light emitted by the Tao Dharma divine rune couldn't stop it. A divine weapon. Qin Yu immediately sensed the power of the dragon horn and yelled. A vast Tao Dharma power descended and turned into an invisible barrier in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't use the 3 Emperors' superpower or the 9 esoteric battle dragons in the face of the divine weapon's attack. Qin Yu knew very well how astonishing the might of a true divine weapon was. It was definitely not comparable to a divine weapon created by the War Emperor transformation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the ancient dragon horn collided with the Tao Dharma power, a circle of formless ripples spread out, and the void immediately rippled like waves that soared into the sky. The ice that had sealed the world instantly shattered. Even the purple lightning divine firmament dragon and the frost divine dragon, who were engaged in a fierce battle, were severely injured. One turned into ice shards and scattered in the void, while the other's thunder dragon scales were shattered and light purple dragon blood splattered in the air. Such power was enough to show how destructive the dragon horn and the Tao Dharma power contained. No way. He can control the Tao Dharma power in this void. AOD, who was sent flying a few hundred feet away because his cultivation was suppressed, couldn't hide the shock on his face. He originally thought that Qin Yu could only use the power of the Tao Dharma divine runes on his body. But he did not expect that Qin Yu could actually control the Tao power of this void space. In this way, the situation was too disadvantageous for him. AOD could clearly sense how terrifying the Tao power that sealed this continent was. If he did not seal his cultivation, he would definitely be killed by the power of the Tao. Luckily, the power of the divine weapon is also suppressed here. Qin Yu, who was also sent flying several hundred meters away, took the initiative to attack this time. He held the sky-splitting divine spear in his hand, and the divine runes on his body glowed brightly. He charged towards AOD with the power of Tao that could descend. The moment he charged out, Qin Yu's aura became even more terrifying. It was as if the power of the entire world had been mobilized by Qin Yu at this moment. AOD roared angrily, and the icy dragon scales on his body covered his entire body. Then he did not dodge at all, and directly faced the attack head-on. The moment he charged out, the ancient dragon horn returned to his hand, and a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering cold aura burst out from the iron bracelet on his hand. In the next moment, the iron bracelet seemed to have broken the seal, and an illusory dragon shadow appeared. The illusory dragon shadow roared and merged with the ancient dragon horn, causing the power of the dragon horn to become even more terrifying. Crack! The two of them once again used destructive attacks and collided fiercely. One could clearly see that where AOD and Qin Yu collided, a pitch-black crack that was thousands of meters wide spread out. It was as if the entire sky was about to be split into two halves. Poof! AOD was touched by the spreading spatial crack, and the dragon scales on his body shattered. The power of space was so terrifying that even with AOD's strong dragon body, he could not resist it. This is a good chance. After the collision, Qin Yu's body shook violently, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He did not care about the recoil injury at all. He dispersed the sky-splitting divine spear and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The Tao power and divine runes on his body emitted a dazzling divine light. Rumble. At this moment, the Tao power of the entire void space. It was completely triggered by the Tao power and divine runes on Qin Yu's body, and it vibrated and gathered together. Oh no! AOD's face changed. He immediately realized that Qin Yu was controlling the Tao power of the entire void space to suppress him. If he was sealed by all the Tao power, he would be killed by the Tao power of this space, even if he did not break the seal. Escape! An ancient talisman immediately appeared in AOD's hand. The ancient talisman glowed, and AOD turned into a wisp of spiritual energy and disappeared without a trace, right under Qin Yu's eyes. Qin Yu, who wanted to take this opportunity to suppress AOD, paused. The Tao power and divine runes on his body dimmed quickly. The rampaging Tao technique power of this void travel space also slowly dissipated, as expected of an Emperor Realm Master. The dragon soul, who was forming hand seals with both hands and preparing to use its space-time divine ability, had a regretful look on his face. Sure enough, if one was not at the same level as an Emperor Realm Master, it would be difficult to catch even if there was an opening. If Qin Yu also had the cultivation of an Emperor Realm Master, he would not even need to recover to the peak of his previous life. With AOD being affected by the spatial crack, it would be impossible for him to escape. Qin Yu withdrew his aura and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had fully activated the Tao power and divine runes on his body and activated the Tao power of the entire void space. He wanted to take the opportunity to suppress AOD, but he did not expect AOD to be so straightforward and even use the Spirit Escape Talisman. The Spirit Escape Talisman was a true ancient divine talisman that could turn one's body into spiritual energy and escape. The world's spiritual energy was everywhere. Unless this space was completely sealed, it would be impossible to lock onto it. In the end, Qin Yu did not capture AOD. The Tao power and divine runes on his body dimmed significantly. The Tao power and divine runes were being consumed more and more. Fortunately, he did not capture AOD, but AOD was injured by the spatial crack and could no longer compete with him for the purple heavenly thunder dragon. Thinking of this, Qin Yu looked at the purple heavenly thunder dragon. Without hesitation, he flew directly into the forest of thunder stones with flickering lightning runes. Following Qin Yu's escape, the lightning that was originally wreaking havoc in the sky gradually dissipated. The purple lightning around the purple heavenly thunder dragon also slowly flowed back into its dragon scales. You're finally here. The purple heavenly thunder dragon looked at Qin Yu with its huge dragon eyes and said majestically, "You knew that I would come?" Qin Yu also looked at the purple heavenly thunder dragon. Previously, when the purple heavenly thunder dragon helped him stop AOD, Qin Yu was very surprised and did not understand the reason behind it. Fairy once said that the person who obtains her Tao power is the person she has been waiting for. The purple heavenly thunder dragon said, "Fairy, I see. This purple heavenly thunder dragon has already been subdued by Fairy Shuolan?" Hearing the purple heavenly thunder dragon call Fairy Shuolan a fairy, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a look of contemplation. Thinking of the mission that the purple heavenly thunder dragon had said before, he immediately understood. In the past, I failed the divine tribulation and was attacked by the goblin tribe in the outer region. When I was about to die, it was Fairy who saved me and let me recuperate in this void space and gradually recover. After that, Fairy left and asked me to stay here and wait for you to come so that I can pass something to you. The purple heavenly thunder dragon ignored Qin Yu, who was deep in thought, and spoke again. Chapter 355. A sealing spiritual array appeared on the purple thunder divine cloud dragon's horn. The sealing spiritual array was unlocked, and a seemingly simple stone appeared and floated in front of Qin Yu. This aura is the underworld stone of the underworld ghost land. Qin Yu took the stone and was slightly surprised. He sensed a special underworld ghost aura from the stone. The underworld ghost land was a forbidden area in the heavenly region. It used to be the ancestral land of the ghost clan, and any outsiders who entered would be hunted down by the ghost clan. But after the ghost clan disappeared, the underworld ghost land became more dangerous. Countless martial artists went to explore the underworld ghost land, and countless martial artists disappeared in the underworld ghost land. Even many sovereigns had disappeared in the underworld ghost land after exploring it. Because of that, during Qin Yu's era, the dark ghost land had become a place of absolute desolation. Even martial artists who walked the path of ghost cultivators did not dare to set foot in it. But now, Fairy Shuolan had left him an underworld stone? What did this mean? Ghost Eye of Destruction. Qin Yu slightly sensed and then had a thought. With a flash of white light, the skeleton ghost king appeared. A black light appeared in the skeleton ghost king's hollow eyes. The ghost eye of destruction was closed, and countless mysterious ancient runes flickered. Beams of mysterious light shone on the underworld stone. Immediately, countless faint black ancient runes appeared on the underworld stone. As the black ancient runes flickered, an image appeared on the underworld stone. It was a boundless cliff filled with ghost chi. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the purple thunder divine cloud dragon. He did not understand what this boundless cliff meant. Fairy said that if she did not come back, you should go to the place marked by the underworld stone. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon said, Fairy Shuolan is in the underworld ghost land. The dragon's soul asked curiously. Although they had never been to the underworld ghost land, they had fought with ghost clan experts. Fairy Shuolan's power was definitely not the inheritance of the ghost clan, regardless of whether she is here or not. Since Fairy Shuolan left such a message, she must have her reasons. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with joy. Finally, he received news about Fairy Shuolan. Fairy, I've completed the mission you gave me. It's time for me to leave. The purple thunder divine firmament dragons, lightning dragon scales, flickered with violent lightning. At this moment, the thunderstones in the stone forest rose into the air and surrounded the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, forming a mysterious thunder array. But then the profound lightning formation turned into ancient lightning and scattered into the lightning stones. As for those thunderstones, they gradually turned into thunder dragon scales after the lightning flashed. Since the power left behind by the fairy had been obtained by Chinyu, it was only a matter of time before the restrictions on this space dissipated. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon did not want to be captured by a human race emperor realm master when the barrier was gone. Moreover, AOD was eyeing it covetously in the void dimension. He had seen the battle between AOD and Chinyu. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon did not think it was a match for AOD. Seeing this, Chinyu and the dragon soul came to a realization. This thunderstone array was formed entirely from the purple thunder divine firmament dragon scales. It had willingly been sealed in this place, not by Fairy Shuelon. After the seal dissipated, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's aura immediately soared. It even broke through the rank 7 martial emperor realm and entered the rank 8 martial emperor realm. Its dragon might became even more vast. Purple thunder divine firmament dragon, your current situation is very bad. This void dimension is not safe. There are many emperors guarding outside. It is basically impossible for you to leave quietly. Why don't you follow me temporarily? I can bring you out. Chinyu looked at the mighty purple thunder divine firmament dragon and said seriously, Fairy once said that if you came here, she hoped that I would follow you. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon was not surprised by Chinyu's words at all. Chinyu did not react much when he heard this. He appeared very calm, judging from the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's tone. There was definitely something else. However, I did not expect the person that Fairy has been waiting for to have such a weak cultivation. Sure enough, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon did not mince its words when it spoke about Chinyu's weak martial progenitor cultivation. My current cultivation is indeed not strong enough. However, it has only been 3 years since I started cultivating. Chinyu smiled faintly. He was not angry at the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's words. The dragon race was innately noble. Even if one was stronger than it, it would be difficult to make it submit willingly. Not to mention that Chinyu was indeed only a martial progenitor. 3 years. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon's eyes froze. To it, 3 years was merely the time for a nap. If what Chinyu said was true, then his talent was simply too terrifying. Could it be that Fairy did not hesitate to leave her soul power behind to wait for him here? However, a genius was a genius, and an expert was an expert. An expert could crush a genius, but a genius might not be able to become an expert. Just like the dozens of martial emperor realm geniuses that it had killed before, they were also very talented and might have the possibility of breaking through to the emperor realm in the future. However, they were annihilated by the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. If you follow me, you will not regret it in the future. Chinyu said again, Do you know the background of AOD, who sealed his cultivation just now? The purple thunder divine firmament dragon asked. He is an emperor realm dragon. Chinyu said, Not only that, he is also the descendant of the dragon emperor who founded the eternal dragon country. He has the purest dragon emperor bloodline and has the ambition to rebuild the eternal dragon country. In terms of potential and strength, he is far superior to you. Why should I give up on him and choose you? Do you think that I should submit to you just because you are the person that Fairy has been waiting for? The purple thunder divine firmament dragon said, Descendant of the dragon emperor? No wonder. Hearing this, the dragon's soul immediately understood. In the history of the heaven domain, the dragon race had the highest bloodline and the strongest cultivation. Without a doubt, it was the former dragon emperor. inferring from various rumors the Dragon Emperor had definitely reached the immortal grade dragon race. It was not surprising that AOD had a bloodline that was close to the immortal grade dragon race. You are right. He does have an extraordinary bloodline of the dragon race, and his cultivation is at the Emperor realm. However, does he have a way to help you successfully pass the God Tribulation and reach the Emperor realm? Or even pass the legendary Immortal Tribulation and reach the level of the legendary Dragon Emperor? Chinyu smiled. Since he did not plan to suppress the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon by force, he was confident that he could persuade the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon. God Tribulation? Immortal Tribulation? Are you trying to say that you have a way to help me pass the God Tribulation? After hearing this, the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon's eyes flickered. For the dragon race, the God Tribulation could be said to be a life and death tribulation. In the history of the Heaven Domain, most of the dragon race had died in the God Tribulation. Even someone as strong as the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon couldn't make it through back then. Chapter 356. That was why the Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon had been attacked by the demonic beasts. If he hadn't met Fairy Shualan, he would have died long ago. As for the Immortal Tribulation, that legendary heavenly tribulation was too far away. The Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon had never thought about it. Have you heard of the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill? Chinyu's calm voice was as loud as thunder in the Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon's eyes. The Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon's expression suddenly changed. It was even extremely excited. You have the legendary Immortal Pill. The Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon naturally knew about the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill. It was a kind of supreme divine pill of the ancient divine sect, the Immortal Pill sect. It was rumored that it could pass all the thunder tribulations in the world. However, the Immortal Pill sect had disappeared in the ancient divine tribulation. Naturally, the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill had become a legend. However, in the inherited memories of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, it was proven that the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal Pill really existed. I don't have the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill now, but I have the recipe. I can make it. As Chinyu spoke, he flicked his finger. A ray of divine light streaked across the sky and flew toward the Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon. Of course, Chinyu only showed the recipe to the Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon. Chinyu didn't show the special alchemy method of the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill. With this temptation, the Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon would definitely be tempted. You can make it? Are you a divine alchemist? The Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon became even more excited after seeing the recipe. However, it was still quite calm. This is an ancient divine pill. Even a divine alchemist would find it difficult to make it. The Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon didn't hide its doubts. Apart from me, no one else in the entire heavenly domain can make the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill. Chinyu's alchemy array skills were obtained by accidentally triggering a restriction when he was exploring the Immortal God Graveyard. Chinyu knew many alchemy recipes and ancient arrays. Apart from him, no one else in the heavenly domain would know. Chinyu didn't enter the Tao through alchemy arrays. However, his attainments in alchemy and array Tao were enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with those alchemy and array Tao emperors. The Purple Lightning Divine Firmament Dragon did not question him further. After all, he was the person that the fairy had been waiting for. It was normal for him to be special. All right, as long as you can refine the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill, I will follow you from now on. After pondering for a while, the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon agreed. In the current situation, there were internal and external troubles. No matter what, they had to leave this void space first. If Chinyu could not refine the Thunder Crossing Immortal Pill in the future, it would not be too late. Before that, I need your origin dragon blood. Although the purple lightning divine firmament dragon agreed, Chinyu did not show any joy. Instead, he said solemnly, "Let's go." "What did you say?" The purple thunder divine firmament dragon was stunned, as if suspecting that it had misheard. "I need your origin dragon blood." Chinyu spoke again. "Do you know what origin dragon blood means to the dragon clan?" Thunder rumbled in the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's huge dragon eyes, and the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. "I know that you will be greatly injured if you give me your origin dragon blood, but I can make it up to you. Not only can I help you recover your origin energy in the shortest time possible, but I can also refine divine pills to help you cultivate." Chinyu said, "Make it up to me? Help me cultivate?" The purple thunder divine firmament dragon seemed to grin. However, Chinyu could feel that the purple thunder divine firmament dragon was enraged. "Dragon soul." Seeing this, Chinyu shouted in his heart. The dragon's soul understood and appeared from the divine dragon ancient seal, exuding a terrifying dragon aura. "This is the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's eyes froze when it saw the dragon soul. It could feel an oppressive pressure coming from the dragon soul, as if it was real. That pressure came from the depths of its soul and spread to its bloodline. It made the purple thunder divine firmament dragon feel as if it had seen the dragon clan's ancestor. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon could easily suppress the dragon soul's cultivation. However, in front of the dragon soul, it could not suppress the fear in its soul. Roar! After the dragon's soul appeared, chaotic dragon aura spread, and the origin dragon world appeared. Immediately after, a wave of heat that was as hot as molten lava emerged. The golden flames sky-incinerating dragon appeared from the origin dragon world. After refining the power of the azure demonic phoenix's bloodline, the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon's cultivation had completely entered the martial emperor realm. Before this, the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon had been consolidating its cultivation, so Chinyu did not summon it. The golden flames sky-incinerating dragon clan. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon looked at the dragon soul and the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon in shock. Although it had already sensed that Chinyu had the aura of dragon blood on him, it did not expect that Chinyu would have such an aura. However, it did not expect Chinyu to have two real dragon clan bloodlines, be it the dragon soul or the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon. Their bloodlines were not weaker than it. Especially the dragon soul, which had a terrifying aura. It could not tell what kind of dragon clan it was. A grade 8 purple thunder divine firmament dragon? I can't deal with this fellow. When the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon saw the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, it admitted defeat. Ever since Chinyu had given it the azure demonic phoenix's bloodline, the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon's attitude toward Chinyu had changed. Of course, this was also because the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon had not entered the world and had been staying in the ancient emperor's secret realm. Otherwise, given the pride of the dragon clan, it would not submit so easily after its origin dragon blood was forcefully taken away. Before the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon followed me, it had been stuck in the martial ancestor realm. However, after following me for a few months, not only did it recover its essence, but it also entered the martial emperor realm. Chinyu ignored the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon and said to the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. Hearing Chinyu's words, the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon did not refute. It was the truth, although it did not intend to follow Chinyu in the beginning. When the purple thunder divine firmament dragon heard this, it fell silent. Chinyu had the golden flames sky-incinerating dragon's bloodline aura. What he said was most likely true. However, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon had cultivated to its current level. It was naturally unwilling to give up its origin dragon blood. Of course, if the person who spoke was Xuelan, the situation would be different. It's just that this is the first time I've seen Qinyu. His cultivation is still so weak. This was a huge gamble for the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. You subdued the golden flame sky incinerating dragon and asked me to follow you and bring so many dragons. What is your purpose? After a while, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon said, It's simple. I want to establish the eternal dragon nation. Qinyu said, You, a human, want to become the dragon emperor. When Aod wanted to establish the eternal dragon nation, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon did not care much. After all, Aod was the descendant of the dragon emperor. However, Qinyu, a human, wanted to join in the fun after the era of the dragon emperor had ended. In the history of the dragon tribe, there had been people who wanted to unify the dragon tribe and establish the eternal dragon nation. However, in the end, no one was willing to submit to the other. The internal strife of the dragon tribe became more and more intense. In the end, all the tribes were separated. The stronger the tribe, the more difficult it was to become the emperor and unify the dragon tribe. Back then, the dragon emperor did not become the emperor because of his talent and bloodline. It was because of his absolute power. Chapter 357. But now, in the entire heaven domain and even the outer realms, no dragon clan had an existence like the dragon emperor in the past. Because of that, no dragon clan had ever claimed the title of emperor again. Qinyu was a human. In the purple thunder divine cloud dragon's eyes, it was naturally impossible. No, the achievements of the dragon emperor in the past are just a starting point for me. Qinyu's face showed a hint of arrogance, and he exuded the aura of a ruler. That was why Qinyu said that he wanted to create the eternal dragon nation, the real eternal dragon nation. The dragon emperor is just a starting point. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon's eyes trembled. It actually felt an indescribable sense of trust when it heard Qinyu's words, which would be regarded as the ravings of a crazy person. The arrogant Qinyu did not seem to be talking empty talk. He really believed that he could surpass the dragon emperor. At this moment, Qinyu, the dragon soul, the purple thunder divine cloud dragon, and the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon's expressions changed slightly. They sensed a faint wave of energy from a secret art sweep over them. Someone was using their perception to probe them, and the distance between them was gradually closing. Qinyu and the dragon soul looked at each other. Needless to say, Aod, who had been defeated before, was still approaching them. There's no time. Purple thunder divine cloud dragon, make a decision. Qinyu looked at the dim Tao technique divine runes on his body, and then looked at the purple thunder divine cloud dragon again. Aod was unlucky in the battle just now, and that was why the void crack spread. Otherwise, Qinyu could only scare him away, but not injure him. But even if he was injured, Aod was still a big threat with his emperor realm means. He could not be underestimated. In any case, my life was saved by you, fairy, so I'll bet on you. But I need you to swear on your heart demon that you will not go back on your words and betray me. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon also knew that Aod was a big threat. If it encountered Aod alone, it would most likely not be able to escape. Qinyu and the dragon soul smiled when the purple lightning divine firmament dragon agreed. They weren't surprised by the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's conditions. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon was an old dragon. Its mind was not something a young dragon like the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon could compare to. Of course, this was also because the purple thunder divine firmament dragon had waited for him in the void for hundreds of years under Fairy Xuelan's orders. Otherwise, Qinyu would have followed his original plan and used force to suppress the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. He would not have taken so long to persuade the purple thunder, divine, firmament dragon. Seeing that Qin Yu had made a mental demon oath, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon handed over its origin dragon blood without hesitation. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and returned to the chaos dragon realm of the dragon soul. The golden flame heaven incinerating dragon also returned to the chaotic dragon realm to continue consolidating its foundation. Go. Qin Yu stored the origin dragon world of the purple thunder divine firmament dragon into the dragon god ancient seal and immediately left with the dragon soul. With AOD around, Qin Yu naturally could not refine the dragon blood. The direction that Qin Yu was heading in was where Sun Shiyu and the rest were. He had achieved his goal and had to check on Sun Shiyu and the rest to see if the operation was going smoothly. If the operation was successful and they had taken down the ancient heavenly Qilin, then it was time to leave the void. If he stayed there for too long, AOD would definitely come looking for him again. Qin Yu's current Dao skills and divine runes could not withstand a few more battles. Rumble. At this moment, in the void space, a chaotic battle was taking place in a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were hundreds of martial artists involved in the battle, and they were all young martial emperor geniuses. It seemed like more than half of the young martial emperor realm geniuses who had entered the empty space had gathered at the mountain range. Among the hundreds of martial emperor geniuses, some were fighting with each other and some were working together. However, no matter which one it was, there was only one reason for the battle. It was the ancient heavenly Qilins that were running around the mountains. That's right, the ancient heavenly Qilins. Those ancient heavenly Qilins were about 200 feet long, and their bodies were covered in crystal clear white dragon scales. They were surrounded by auspicious aura, and they were as fast as lightning as they shuttled back and forth in the mountains. This caused countless martial emperors to rush forward to capture them. Conflicts broke out, and chaotic battles broke out. What the F*** CK? Shi Jingtian looked around at the peak of a mountain. He was dumbfounded when he saw the ancient heavenly Qilins flashing back and forth in the mountains. The legendary ancient divine beast, the ancient heavenly Qilin, which had only been born a few times in the entire history of the heaven domain, was actually running all over the mountain now. Is it an illusion or an incarnation? Sun Shiyu opened her mouth in disbelief. However, she quickly regained her senses, and white light gathered in her eyes. She cast a secret technique and looked at the ancient heavenly Qilins. No matter how she looked at it, the scene in front of her was definitely abnormal. It was impossible for so many heavenly Qilins to appear. Therefore, only one of the heavenly Qilins was real. How is it? After a while, the white light in Sun Shiyu's eyes disappeared. Shi Jingtian and the rest immediately asked when they saw it. I can't see through it. All of the heavenly Qilins seem to be real. Sun Shiyu said in a daze, and even she found it hard to believe. Poof! Suddenly, one of the ancient heavenly Qilins was attacked and a bloody wound appeared on its body. 7-colored blood that was like a rainbow mist scattered in the air, and a strange fragrance filled the mountain forest. The flowers and trees that were stained with the 7-colored blood immediately became lively and even seemed to have gained intelligence. The rumors are true. The ancient heavenly Qilin's blood can revive the dead and grow flesh on bones. Quick, catch that ancient heavenly Qilin. Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the rest were stunned for a moment. They immediately moved and charged toward the injured ancient heavenly Qilin. Sun Shiyu and the rest were not the only ones who noticed the scene. Many of the martial emperor realm geniuses who had been watching in the dark also made their moves. Trying to fish in troubled waters? Don't even think about it. Of course, the martial emperor geniuses who had been chasing after the ancient heavenly Qilin would naturally not let the fat meat in their mouths be taken away by a pack of wolves. On one side, they kept reducing the space that the ancient heavenly Qilin could move. On the other side, they worked together to set up a formation to block the martial emperor geniuses who were charging toward them from all directions. However, when the martial emperor geniuses worked together, the formation that the martial monarch realm geniuses had set up was instantly shattered into pieces. Another violent battle took place. Swathes of ancient forests were directly erased, mountain peaks collapsed one after another, and the earth cracked with a loud bang. Caught it! In the chaotic battle, a martial emperor young man used a secret technique to control an ancient bronze bell to fly out. Ding! Ding! The ancient bronze bell let out a crisp sound. The ancient heavenly Qilin that was running around suddenly swayed as though it was drunk and was sealed by the ancient bronze bell. Chapter 358. The martial emperor youth was overjoyed and was about to put away the ancient bell. Around him, over 10 martial monarchs were attacking him at the same time. The force of the attacks was so strong that it even shattered the space. The martial emperor realm expert was shocked. He did not have time to put away the ancient copper bell and immediately retreated. If he had insisted on capturing the heavenly Qilin, he would have died. Crack! The dozens of great Tao powers that were originally blasting out immediately slammed into the ancient copper bell. Although the ancient bell was a rare divine weapon, it could not withstand such an attack. Cracks appeared on it, and it suddenly disintegrated. However, when the ancient copper bell shattered, the bodies of Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the other martial emperor realm geniuses who were charging forward stiffened. That ancient heaven Qilin that was originally trapped actually vanished without a trace. After they recovered from their shock, they turned their heads around and looked at the martial emperor realm genius on the ancient copper bell. Damn, I didn't do anything. The martial emperor geniuses who had sneaked up to see if he could take advantage of the situation. Being stared at by so many martial emperors, he immediately felt his hair stand on end. He let out a strange cry and fled. What was going on? Not only did he not get the heavenly Qilin blood, but the divine weapon was also destroyed, now that he was being suspected by dozens of martial emperors. Who could he find to reason with? He does not have the heavenly Qilin's aura. Moreover, even if he had other means, he could not have secretly taken the heavenly Qilin away. Shi Jingtian looked away from the martial emperor who had run away. Sun Shiyu walked to the ancient bell and pondered. There were no traces of the heavenly Qilin burrowing, and the space was not torn apart. The heavenly Qilin had disappeared under their noses. Could it be that this was really just an illusion? Were all of them in an illusion? What do we do now? Do we still want to snatch it? Shi Hunyuan, the descendant of Emperor Shi, looked at Sun Shiyu. They had been told that Sun Shiyu would be in charge of this operation. Sun Shiyu was the most powerful among them, and they were willing to accept that. No, there must be something strange about this mountain range. We have to figure it out first. Sun Shiyu shook her head slowly. There were countless heavenly Qilins running around in the mountain range. They would be exhausted if they had to search for them one by one. What's more, even if he did catch them, they might disappear without a trace, just like before. Sun Shiyu flew up into the sky. Just as she was sizing up the mountain range, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Outside the mountain range, a figure was quietly watching the chaos in the mountain range. That person was none other than Qinyu. Shenfeng? When did he get here? Shi Jingtian, Shi Huanyuan, and the others also saw Qinyu. That's the power of Tao? Sun Yuanhu, the descendant of the Battle Emperor, noticed the divine runes on Qinyu's body and his eyelids twitched. In this void space, where Emperor Realm Masters could not enter, Qinyu could actually control the power of Tao principles? What did this mean? Whoosh! Sun Shiyu also noticed this. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately flashed over. If Qinyu could really control the power of the Tao, then he could completely sweep through this mountain range. Are you done with your business? After flying out of the mountain range, Sun Shiyu asked while sizing up the divine runes on Qinyu's body. After taking a closer look, Sun Shiyu sensed that it was indeed a Tao principle. However, Its power was only at the level of a martial emperor. Of course, judging from the fluctuation of the divine runes. Even Sun Xiu was not confident that she could deal with Qin Yu now. Countless thoughts flashed through Sun Xiu's mind. Could it be that Qin Yu had obtained the inheritance of the emperor in this void space? Yes. Qin Yu nodded slightly, and his gaze continued to fall on the mountain range. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Sun Xiu asked when she saw this. Shi Jingtian, Shi Huanyuan, Sun Yuanhu, and more than a dozen martial emperors who were silent could not help but look at Qin Yu. Looking at Qin Yu's expression, it seemed that he had really found something. This mountain range is like a lying qilin, Qin Yu said. Sun Xiu and the others were startled and quickly looked back. After being reminded by Qin Yu, if one were to look down from high up in the sky, one would not be able to see anything. The mountain range that was thousands of miles wide really looked like a qilin lying there leisurely. The qilin's head, body, and tail were all clearly visible. This is a formation, Qin Yu said again. He had been here for a while and had already seen through the details of the mountain range. Formation? How can we break it? Sun Xiu quickly asked. If she remembered correctly, Qin Yu seemed to be good at formations. Back then, outside the Xinyue Imperial Mausoleum, he had used the power of the formation to fight against the martial emperors of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. It was born naturally. There is no way to break it, and there is no need to break it. Qin Yu slowly shook his head. No need to break it? Sun Xiu and the others were puzzled. Because the real ancient heavenly qilin is not here at all. Qin Yu's words were shocking. Let's get out of here first. Sun Xiu and the others' expressions changed. Just as they were about to ask, Qin Yu's voice transmission stopped them. Following that, the group of people entered the mountain range and quietly left the mountain range. Crown Prince, the people of the Sky Imperial Palace have left the mountain range. Although Sun Xiu and the others had been keeping a low profile, their whereabouts had been monitored. In a valley, a figure quickly flew over and spoke respectfully to a figure who was sitting cross-legged. The person sitting cross-legged was the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty, Yi Tianyu. They left? Yi Tianyu opened his eyes. Yes, the man nodded. Crown Prince, could it be that they have already caught the ancient heavenly qilin? A martial emperor of the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty guest. Send 2 people to stay here. The others follow. Yi Tianyu moved without hesitation and followed the people of the Sky Imperial Palace. The people of the Sky Imperial Palace were the first to discover the ancient heavenly qilin here. If they didn't find anything, they wouldn't have left for no reason. On a mountain peak, the Crown Prince of the Saint Divine Dynasty, Zhou was also paying attention to the movements of the Sky Imperial Palace. As the sovereign of divination, the Heavenly Star Sovereign must have divined for Sun Xiu and the others. In an ancient forest, the boundless Divine Dynasty's Crown Prince, Qian Yuming, murmured softly, "Let's go." On a huge rock, a burly young man with mysterious fire patterns on his face immediately jumped down. As the people of the Sky Imperial Palace left, many martial artists of the major forces immediately followed them quietly. The heavenly qilin had been running all over the mountain range, but no one had been able to catch it. This made them realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. Of course, although they had followed the people of the Sky Imperial Palace, however, he still left a lot of spies in this mountain range to make preparations for both sides. If someone caught the real heavenly qilin here, they would be able to come back in time. In the ancient forest, Qin Yu led Sun Xiu and the others, flying rapidly in a certain direction. The direction they were in now, if one looked from a high altitude. They were rushing toward the mountain range, in front of the qilin head. Chapter 359. Someone is following us. Shi Jingtian's expression changed slightly as he sensed something. There are quite a few of them. Should we think of a way to shake them off? Sun Xiu looked at Qin Yu. Don't worry about them. Qin Yu shook his head. He naturally sensed the people who were following them. However, if they stayed, their movements would be more restricted. Soon, Qin Yu and them arrived before a lake that was as enormous as the sea. Spiritual qi rose from the lake, and it looked like a paradise on earth. It should be here. Let's go in. With a plop, Qin Yu took the lead and rushed into the lake. Sun Shiyu and the others immediately withdrew their auras and entered the lake. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at that moment, the mountain range seemed to have come alive. A vast and terrifying aura appeared in the mountain range. Then a shocking scene appeared. The heavenly qilins that were flying around in the mountain range flew into the sky and merged with each other. After tens of thousands of heavenly qilins merged, they turned into an ancient qilin that was 1,000 feet tall. Those heavenly qilins are just qilin qi? I see. That's why they can dissipate so many times. Look, it's flying away. Follow it. Under the gaze of thousands of martial emperor realm geniuses, the ancient heavenly qilin that was 1,000 feet tall stepped on auspicious clouds and rushed toward the huge lake where Qin Yu and the others were. The martial emperor realm geniuses in the mountain range were awakened and immediately rushed into the sky to follow it. Qilin Qi, Yi Tianyu, Zhou Yuan, Qian Yaming, Tang Mingxin, and the other martial emperor realm geniuses who had just rushed overturned around. He looked at the 10,000-foot qilin that was charging over with a vast aura. After leaving the innate mountain range formation, they all saw through the true body of the 10,000 feet qilin. Indeed, the Emperor Tian Palace knew that the real heavenly qilin was not in the mountain range. It seems like the previous trick was just to confuse us. What a pity. Man proposes, God disposes. The martial emperors of the big forces who had followed them all had cold smiles on their faces. When the 1,000-meter-long qilin crashed into the giant lake, it stirred up huge waves. Only then did they move, following the 3,000-meter-long qilin inside. Behind them, several figures with terrifying auras broke through the void and rushed into the giant lake without stopping. What a powerful pressure! Qin Yu and the others, who had rushed to the bottom of the lake, naturally felt the terrifying pressure brought about by the 1,000-feet-long qilin. Sure enough, he's out. Compared to the solemn expressions of Sun Shiyu and the others, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a bright light. He could tell that the mountain range was a natural formation. However, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon had warned him that the sky qilin's true hiding place was here. Of course, compared to the ancient heavenly qilin, Qin Yu's goal was the qilin aura in the mountain range. This was because 2 true heavenly qilins from the ancient era had fallen in that mountain range. Thus, there was a large amount of qilin aura hidden there. The sky qilin in the giant lake was the descendant of the 2 ancient heavenly qilins. As long as someone dived into the lake, the qilin aura in the mountain range would gather. In other words, the heavenly qilin condensed from qilin qi in that mountain range was only a pretense. Its goal was to protect the sky qilin in the lake. The sky qilin is at the bottom of the lake. I'll go and deal with the qilin aura. Capture the heaven qilin as soon as possible before the others arrive. After Qin Yu spoke, his body flashed, and he rushed toward the 1,000-feet-long qilin. Be careful, Sun Shiyu warned. Without hesitation, she led Shi Jingtian and the others to the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, there were countless undercurrents surging. In the center of the undercurrents, there was an ancient cave that was faintly shining with a 7-colored light. Sun Shiyu and the others looked at each other and immediately rushed up. The 1,000-feet-long qilin had already caused a huge commotion. It was impossible to sneak up on it now. They could only force their way in. Roar! At that moment, Qin Yu had already clashed with the 1,000-feet-long qilin. The 1,000-feet-long qilin roared into the sky. An enormous 7-colored light blade that was several tens of feet long flew out. It tore apart a large amount of the lake water and chopped straight at Qin Yu. Boom! Qin Yu did not dodge. He moved his right hand, and the sky splitter spear stabbed out. The power of the divine runes surged, and the seven-colored light blade was shattered by the sky splitter spear. It turned into Qilin aura and swept out. The Qilin aura was as sharp as a blade, and it cut through and shattered everything. The area within a radius of a few hundred miles turned into an area of destruction. Many of the martial emperor realm geniuses who had rushed into the lake had to retreat. The power of the Qilin aura was too terrifying. Only Yi Tianyu, Zhou Yuan, Qian Yiming, Tang Mingxin, and the other top geniuses of the younger generation could withstand it. Only they could withstand the terrifying Qilin aura. Although they could withstand it, they could clearly feel the power of the Qilin aura. Just the aftermath was so terrifying. Qin, you could actually withstand the attack of the 1,000 feet long Qilin? They could not help but be shocked. That's the power of the Tao, right? Judging from the fluctuation, it seems to be similar to the power of the Tao that fills this void space. Could it be that he obtained the inheritance of the sovereign that sealed this void space? That's possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control that kind of power. At this moment, the top geniuses of the younger generation looked at Qin Yu with a strange look in their eyes. The ancient heavenly Qilin was indeed very precious. However, the inheritance of a top sovereign was also a priceless treasure. Even the top forces of the spiritual state would be tempted. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the battle between Qin Yu and the 1,000 feet long Qilin became more and more intense. Qin Yu relied on the divine runes on his body to directly fight the 1,000 feet long Qilin head-on in a tyrannical state. More and more violent Qilin aura raged at the bottom of the lake, causing the entire lake to overturn. However, no one noticed it in the midst of the battle. Every time Qin Yu attacked, he would devour a large amount of Qilin aura. This Qilin aura was not very useful to Qin Yu. However, it was an excellent tonic for the purple thunder divine cloud dragon and the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon. The purple thunder divine cloud dragon originally planned to devour this Qilin aura before leaving. It just so happened that Qin Yu wanted it, so the purple thunder divine cloud dragon did not have to do it himself. After all, it had just handed over its origin blood essence, and its vitality was greatly damaged and weak. If it was besieged by those martial emperor geniuses, its life might be in danger. Rumble. As the battle dragged on, Qin Yu's aura became more and more ferocious, and his attacks were terrifying. On the other hand, the 1,000 feet long Qilin was obviously getting weaker. This made the martial emperor geniuses who were watching the battle from afar even more shocked. The reason why they did not dare to move was because the 1,000 feet long Qilin's power was far superior to theirs. They originally thought that Qin Yu could at most fight against the 1,000 feet long Qilin. However, they did not expect that Qin Yu would gain such a crushing advantage so quickly. Chapter 360. Roar. Suddenly, a somewhat tender roar was emitted from the bottom of the lake. Then, a dazzling 7-colored divine light shone from the bottom of the lake. It caused the turbulent and churning lake water to become like a dream. Oh no! Sky Emperor Palace and the others have found the heavenly Qilin. No wonder this guy is trying his best to stall the Qilin. Let's go! Yi Tianyu, Zhou Yuan, Qian Yiming, Tang Mingxin, and the others finally recovered from the shock when they heard the roar. They called their respective martial emperor geniuses and rushed to the bottom of the lake. Boom! Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately led the 1,000 feet Qilin to block the path of Yi Tianyu and the others. Qin Yu was in Sky Emperor Palace, so he had to help them get the Qilin. If the descendants of the 3 sovereigns were reignited, Shi Tiangang and the others would be stronger. This was good for Qin Yu, who had chosen Sky Emperor Palace as his backer. Roar! The 1,000 feet Qilin was just a condensation of Qilin Qi and had lost its consciousness. It only knew how to follow its will and attack anyone who entered the bottom of the lake. The martial emperor geniuses, who were rushing to the bottom of the lake, immediately got involved in the battle. Qin Yu took the opportunity to break away from the battle. He formed a seal with his hands, and a divine light flashed. In an instant, dozens of divine light clones appeared and disappeared into the lake. "Stop it!" Yi Tianyu and the others asked their followers to stall the 1,000-feet Qilin. Although the 1,000-feet Qilin had used up a lot of its energy in the battle with Qin Yu, it still needed hundreds of young martial emperor geniuses to stop the 1,000-feet Qilin. Whoosh! Yi Tianyu and the other young geniuses were about to go around the 1,000-feet Qilin and rushed to the bottom of the lake. A figure appeared in front of them. It was Qin Yu. "Humph, a mere martial ancestor. Do you think you can stop us with the help of external forces?" The young geniuses of the major forces sneered. They had seen Qin Yu's battle and knew that Qin Yu was powerful. However, if he wanted to rely on his own strength to stop all of them, that was purely a fool's dream. Boom! There were even people who directly attacked without saying anything. Violent great Tao energy swept out. Qin Yu was not afraid at all. He thrust out his spear, and a 10,000-foot shockwave appeared in the lake. All of the attacking power of the Great Path was immediately shattered. No matter how much of the power of the divine rune was lost, it was still the power of the Great Path. It was enough to crush the Great Path of an ordinary martial emperor. Unless these martial emperors were sovereigns like AOD, who had suppressed their cultivation, they would not be able to fight back. This power is indeed frighteningly strong. The martial emperor realm geniuses were all shocked as they tried their best to resist the terrifying impact. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fireball incinerated a large portion of the lake water, creating a vacuum. Yi Tianyu attacked Qin Yu. Yi Tianyu attacked. With a flash of divine light, Qin Yu flipped his spear, and the spear light pierced through the air. That astonishingly powerful fireball immediately exploded into countless sparks. Roar! Almost at this moment, an intimidating roar of a beast was heard. A black beam of light broke through the lake water and blasted toward Qin Yu like lightning. The shadow of an ancient beast appeared on Zhou Wuyuan's body. The ancient beast opened its mouth and let out a furious roar. Qin Yu flicked his finger. An ray of divine light shot out and collided with the black beam of light. The two collided head-on and shattered into pieces. This guy, seeing Qin Yu easily parrying the attacks of Yi Tianyu and Zhou Fuan, the onlookers were shocked. The martial artists who were watching from afar were even more shocked. Whoosh! Whoosh! While Qin Yu was dealing with Yi Tianyu and Zhou Wuyuan, several figures bypassed the battlefield and rushed toward the bottom of the lake. However, before they could reach the bottom of the lake, many divine light clones appeared without warning and entangled them. The battle broke out. It was Qin Yu's clones that had appeared. "Get lost!" A cold shout sounded. A tall and sturdy figure rushed toward Qin Yu with a flash. He threw a punch. Wave after wave of astonishing heat waves, carrying the power to burn the heavens and exterminate the earth, swept toward Qin Yu one after another. Ripples appeared on the lake water and in the void. The person who attacked was Tang Mingxin, the saint of the Tianyang Holy Land and one of the 4 great saints of the spiritual state. Yin Yang World Destroyer Spear. Qin Yu was still as domineering as before. The Sky Splitter Spear was filled with Yin Yang energy, and it carried a destructive power as it pierced forward. The Heat Wave Fist and the Yin Yang Godly Spear collided, and cracks appeared in the void from the collision. Qin Yu's body shook violently and then returned to normal. However, Tang Mingxin, who had attacked with his fist, was pushed back a few hundred feet. His eyes were filled with shock. Go! While Qin Yu was fighting with Yi Tianyu, Zhou Wuyuan, and Tang Mingxin, the other martial emperors of the younger generation all rushed out in unison to attack Qin Yu. There were over 100 of them, dragon fighting in the 9 heavens. Qin Yu, who had just pushed Tang Mingxin back, swept his long spear across the sky like a dragon. A dazzling spear light tore through the void and pierced out explosively. A deafening and violent impact exploded outwards. At the place where Qin Yu and the others were fighting, a fault appeared in the lake water, separating the top from the bottom. The hundreds of martial emperor realm geniuses who had rushed over were all pushed back. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, many martial emperors had arrived. They went around the area where the Kailin and Qin Yu were fighting and dived to the bottom of the lake from both sides. They were flying toward the seven-colored ancient cave. Buzz! Buzz! With a thought, Qin Yu's godly light clones appeared around the ancient cave. Then, mysterious runes appeared and turned into an ancient array that was a few hundred feet wide. The ancient array combined with the power of the godly light clones and blocked the martial emperors who were sneaking closer. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Yi Tianyu and the others were surprised. With their abilities, their previous attacks could only be considered as probing. But even so, for Qin Yu to be able to block several hundred of them by himself still caused them to be extremely astonished. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, figures shot out from the seven-colored ancient cave. It was Sun Shiyu and the others. In Sun Shiyu's hand was a small Kailin the size of a kitten. It was covered in a seven-colored godly light. The Qilin cub's little face had a confused expression, as if it had just woken up and was charmingly naive. Seven-colored godly light. Is that the legendary seven-colored celestial Kailin? No way. A real immortal beast? Seeing the baby seven-colored Qilin, the eyes of Yi Tianyu, Zhou Yuan, Tang Mingxin, and the others who were originally in a wait-and-see state, flashed with fiery excitement. The ancient heavenly Kailin was only an ancient divine beast. However, it was still considered a heaven-defying treasure in the eyes of the various top-notch forces. However, immortal beasts were different. The number of immortal beasts that had appeared in the entire history of the heaven domain could be counted on one hand. Every immortal beast that was born would shock the heavens and the earth, and they possessed heaven-defying combat strength. According to the records, every immortal beast that had appeared was strong enough to crush an emperor realm master. There had even been immortal beasts that ruled the entire era. Now, a real immortal beast had appeared here. Even the sky prides from the top forces could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Chapter 361. What are you doing? Why aren't you keeping it in your spiritual beast pouch? Qin Yu's gaze also froze. This was the first time he had seen a real living immortal beast. However, he immediately turned around and appeared in front of Sun Shiyu and the rest in a flash. Why didn't they secretly take the immortal beast away? Why did they show it to everyone? Wasn't this clearly looking for trouble? No, the immortal Qilin's aura is too strong. Neither the spiritual beast pouch nor the universe item can contain it. Sun Shiyu carried the immortal Qilin carefully and looked helpless. She had used up all her universe treasures to keep the immortal Qilin. In the end, all the universe items shattered when they were kept in the seven-colored immortal Qilin. The immortal Qilin's aura was stronger than the space power of the universe treasures. If that's the case, we can only move ahead. Qin Yu immediately said when he saw the martial emperor realm geniuses who were ready to attack at any time. I'll bring up the rear. Sun Shiyu said and wanted to pass the immortal Qilin to Qin Yu. However, the strange thing was that when the immortal Qilin got close to Qin Yu, it started to tremble and kept burrowing into Sun Shiyu's arms. What's going on? Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the rest were shocked. The immortal Qilin was afraid of Qin Yu? The immortal Qilin was born with immortal light to protect its body. They had tried to use the Great Path energy and secret skills. They were all ineffective against the immortal Qilin. In the end, Sun Shiyu had to bait the immortal Qilin with spiritual treasures. That was why they had been delayed for so long. Otherwise, they would have come out long ago. However, the immortal Qilin was obviously afraid of Qin Yu. They couldn't figure it out. Is it because of the dragon tribe? Qin Yu was slightly startled. Soon after, he managed to react. He had 3 dragons on him. Although the immortal Qilin was an immortal beast, its grade was higher than the purple lightning divine cloud dragon and the golden flame sky incinerating dragon. However, the immortal Qilin was just a cub. It was like a tiger cub meeting 3 adult dogs. It would naturally be afraid. You guys go first. Seeing this, Qin Yu waved his right hand, and an ancient teleportation talisman enshrouded in divine runes appeared. The teleportation talisman was torn apart, and a beam of teleportation light enveloped Sun Shiyu and the others. Let's send the immortal Qilin out first. Sun Shiyu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Yu. After teleporting out of here, it was not guaranteed that one would be able to leave this void space safely. Therefore, Sun Shiyu had to personally escort the immortal Qilin out. As for Shi, Jingtian, and the rest, with their combat strength, there was no difference whether they stayed or not. That is an ancient teleportation talisman. Not good, stop them. Yi Tianyu, Yang Mingxin, and the others immediately reacted and dashed forward. Sealing divine light, Qin, you naturally wouldn't let them interfere. Hundreds of incarnations of divine light appeared and rushed toward Yi Tianyu and the others. This time, Yi Tianyu and the others weren't just testing the waters, but attacking with all their might. Those divine light incarnations had the combat strength of a martial emperor. But in the hands of the top geniuses, they were instantly destroyed one after another. However, with Qin Yu's momentary delay, Sun Shiyu and the others had already teleported out. Damn it, we've been tricked. What's going on? Isn't it impossible to teleport in this void space? That kid must have obtained the martial emperor's inheritance, so he can use the secret teleportation technique. Yi Tianyu and the others glared at Qin Yu fiercely. Of course, at this time, they couldn't care less about Qin Yu and rushed out of the lake together. Qin Yu's ancient teleportation talisman was obviously a short-distance teleportation array. Sun Shiyu and the others must still be in this void space. If they went after them now, they might still have a chance. Immediately, the lake, where the prodigies had gathered, disappeared in an instant. Qin Yu didn't leave with them. He could only help so much for the immortal Qilin. Whether Sun Shiyu and the others could leave with the immortal Qilin would depend on their luck. They're really good at holding back their anger. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal spoke. AOD had already sneaked in, and now it was in the lake. It was likely that he was looking for a suitable opportunity to attack Qin Yu. This was also the reason why Qin Yu didn't rush out with it. If he brought AOD with him, the situation of Sun Shiyu and the others would only be more troublesome. Whoosh! With a flash, Qin Yu faced the 1,000-feet Qilin that was attacking him. As the other cultivators left, the 1,000-feet Qilin's target was only Qin Yu. Boom, boom, boom. The violent battle began again. Qin Yu's battle strength was unparalleled, and he crazily devoured the 1,000-feet Qilin's dragon chi. After about half an hour, the 1,000-feet Qilin's dragon chi was finally completely devoured by Qin Yu. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Qin Yu's figure flickered, and he was about to leave the lake. On the surface of the lake, there were ancient and mysterious runes. An evil and cold aura spread out, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. So you're here too. Qin Yu was slightly startled, and his eyes flickered with cold, killing intent. The ancient formation emitted an evil and cold aura. It was the inheritance of the sacrificial evil god court's cultivators. Qin Yu's attention was on AOD. He didn't notice the people of the sacrificial evil god court hiding outside the lake. However, Qin Yu couldn't figure out why the people of the sacrificial evil god court would attack him. Of course, no matter what the sacrificial evil god court's goal was, it was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. He had originally planned to find the people of the sacrificial evil god court after devouring the 1,000-feet Qilin's dragon chi. Now that they had taken the initiative to come to him, Qin Yu didn't have to look for them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 figures appeared in the giant ancient formation, and they stared at Qin Yu eerily. They were all dressed in black, and there were ghost marks on their bodies. They were the people of the sacrificial evil god court. Among the sacrificial evil god court's martial emperors, a skinny young man stepped out, hand over the inheritance of the sovereign in the void dimension. The skinny young man looked down at Qin Yu coldly. The skinny young man was called Kong Yaowu. He was one of the top young martial emperors in the sacrificial evil god court, both in terms of talent and strength. Although he didn't participate in the previous spiritual state battle ranking, he was famous in the spiritual state. Are you here for Fairy Shualan? Qin Yu was surprised. Kong Xuantian's gaze was fixed on the Tao Technique divine runes on his body. If you want the Tao Technique inheritance, let's see if you have what it takes. Before he finished his words, Qin Yu charged forward with the godly spear in his hand. Humph! Do you really think you can do whatever you want with the power of the Tao Technique? Kong Yaowu sneered. He moved his right hand, and an ancient token covered in black runes appeared in his hand. The sacrificial evil ancient formation. The ancient token was unsealed, and billions of mysterious ghost runes poured into the ancient formation. Immediately after, the ancient formation trembled as a wave of boundless energy descended and poured into his body. Chapter 362. The other martial emperor realm geniuses of the sacrificial evil god court also took out ancient tokens. They unsealed the tokens and let the power of the ancient formation strengthen them. Immediately, all of their cultivations began to soar. This was the reason why the sacrificial evil god court and the others dared to attack Qin Yu after seeing the power of the Tao runes on Qin Yu's body. A long black rod appeared in Kong Yaowu's hand. The long rod was covered in black ancient runes, and an ancient ghost head appeared in Kong Yaowu's hand. The ghost head absorbed the evil Tao true origin in Kong Yaowu's hand, and the aura of the long black rod became even more terrifying. Boom! Kong Yaowu leaped and threw the rod at Qin Yu. The wind and clouds surged, and the lake water exploded. Qin Yu thrusted his spear angrily. As the divine light condensed, that black stick that was smashing toward him was directly shattered. The power of the Tao that it had unleashed was also completely destroyed. How could this be? Kong Yaowu's face changed drastically. The power that Qin Yu was displaying now was completely different from the power he displayed when he fought against 1,000 feet Qilin and Yi Tianyu and the others. Qin Yu had been hiding his strength all this time. Puff! While Kong Yaowu was still in shock, Qin Yu turned into a ray of divine light and charged over. The sea of the spear dragon tore through Kong Yaowu's defensive Tao and sent Kong Yaowu flying while vomiting blood. Merge with the formation and summon the spirit. Kong Yaowu was sent flying while vomiting blood. He did not have time to think. He crushed the ancient forest and merged with the huge ancient formation. The other martial emperor realm geniuses of the sacrificial evil court were shocked by Qin Yu's sudden burst of power. They who were originally going to surround and attack Qin Yu immediately crushed their ancient title plates. Like Kong Yaowu, they fused with the ancient formation array. Boom! Immediately, countless new runes appeared in the ancient formation. An extremely evil and cold aura appeared. Even Qin Yu, who had charged out, stopped in the void. The newly formed runes on the ancient formation turned into a pitch-black ancient gate. The door opened, and a 10-zhang tall figure wearing ancient armor walked out from it. The moment he came out, a terrifying aura that seemed to come from ancient times descended. The sky trembled at this moment, and even the power of the Tao in the void dimension faintly fluctuated. This was an ancient guardian spirit that had been summoned by the people of the evil sacrificial god dynasty by sacrificing divine items. Fortunately, Kong Yaowu and the others were only martial emperors. Therefore, the ancient guardian spirit's strength was stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm. If he was summoned by a venerable emperor, his battle prowess might really reach the same level as when he was alive. Fight! The ancient guardian spirit let out a furious roar and charged towards Chinyu with monstrous battle intent. A mere guardian spirit dares to obstruct me? Chinyu's aura was like a rainbow as the divine runes on his body shone brightly. The sky-splitting spear was so condensed that it looked like a real primordial divine weapon. It possessed the ability to split the heavens. Whoosh! As the spear slashed across, a huge spatial crack appeared in the void. The ancient guardian spirit could not dodge in time and crashed into the spatial crack. His arm was immediately torn apart by the spatial crack. Chinyu seized the opportunity, and his figure flashed, appearing above the ancient guardian spirit's head. This time, the long spear stabbed into the ancient guardian spirit's body. Rumble! A destructive divine power erupted as the ancient battle spirit was blasted apart. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard. It was the ancient array that the people of the evil sacrificial god dynasty had set up. As the ancient guardian spirit exploded, clear cracks appeared on it. The power of the array immediately became chaotic. Oh no, run! Kong Yaowu and the other martial emperors of the evil sacrificial god dynasty suffered a violent backlash and vomited blood. They looked extremely miserable. At this moment, they were completely flustered. Even the ancient guardian spirit that they had summoned together was easily killed by Chinyu. Among them, who else could stop Chinyu? Immediately, Kong Yaowu and the others did not care about the mission of the evil sacrificial god dynasty and wanted to abandon the array and escape. With the ancient guardian spirit array, they should be able to stop Chinyu for a while. Array control technique. Chinyu saw through Kong Yaowu and the others' intentions, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He slammed his palm on the ancient guardian spirit array. The spiritual array disc in his hand vibrated slightly, and countless mysterious ancient runes surged into the ancient array. All the runes of the ancient guardian spirit array vibrated at this moment. In the next moment, Kong Yaowu and the others were shocked to discover something. The ancient guardian spirit array that they had set up was out of their control. The terrifying power of the formation bombarded them indiscriminately, making it impossible for them to withdraw easily. Swoosh! Chinyu's figure flashed, and he dashed into the ancient array like a phantom. The sky-splitting spear was filled with immense killing intent, and the martial emperors of the evil, sacrificial, god dynasty died under the spear. My grandfather is the evil, sacrificial god emperor. If you dare to kill me, my grandfather will definitely hunt you to the ends of the earth. Kong Yaowu's face turned pale when he saw the martial emperors of the evil, sacrificial, god dynasty being killed by Chinyu like ants. Chinyu's cold and indifferent gaze made him feel the real threat of death. Don't worry, I will be buried in the evil, sacrificial god dynasty sooner or later. Chinyu did not waver, and he thrust his divine spear forward. Even though Kong Yaowu had an Emperor Realm defensive artifact on him, it was still not enough. However, in this void space, they were of no use. They were directly killed by Chinyu. However, unlike the other martial emperors, his soul did not immediately scatter. When Chinyu attacked, he used the soul-devouring curse to devour Kong Yaowu's emperor soul and search it. After killing the people of the evil, sacrificial god dynasty, Chinyu was finally blessed with a majestic aura of providence. The providence of more than 10 martial emperors of the evil, sacrificial god dynasty made the fluctuation in Chinyu's soul become stronger and stronger. You could even clearly feel that there was a seed that had quietly sprouted and was about to break out of the ground. After a while, Chinyu finally finished searching his soul, and a look of contemplation appeared on his face. The evil, sacrificial god dynasty's martial emperors of the evil, sacrificial god dynasty attacked him because they wanted to obtain the Tao Art divine runes on Chinyu. To be precise, they wanted to obtain the Tao Art power in the empty space. This was because the several Emperor Realm Masters of the sacrificial blood divine dynasty had suffered a great backlash when they triggered the Tao art restriction in the empty space. The chaotic Tao art power was left in their bodies and they could not get rid of it. Therefore, they wanted to enter the empty space to study the Tao art inheritance and resolve the Tao art power in the bodies of the emperors. Since Qin Yu had obtained the Tao art divine runes, they naturally wanted to get their hands on Qin Yu. Unfortunately, the Tao art divine runes on Qin Yu's body was far beyond their expectations. Even the ancient guardian spirit was unable to deal with Qin Yu, and its soul was destroyed in the end. Qin Yu did not care much about the purpose of the evil sacrificial god dynasty and the others to deal with him. However, the information about the evil sacrificial god dynasty that he obtained from Kong Yao was somewhat beyond Qin Yu's expectations. According to Kong Yao's memory, the evil sacrificial god dynasty's leader, the evil sacrificial god emperor, had disappeared? Chapter 363. Kong Yao was a core disciple of the sacrificial evil god court. Just like Sun Shiyu in the heavenly imperial palace, he knew many secrets of the sacrificial evil god court. Therefore, the news of sacrificial evil god emperor's disappearance should not be false. It was also because of sacrificial evil god emperor's disappearance that the sacrificial evil god court moved from the East continent to the spiritual state. If this news is true, then didn't sacrificial evil god emperor disappear from the heaven domain in less than 100 years after besieging you? The dragon's soul asked curiously after seeing Kong Yao's memories. Although the ancient emperors who besieged Qin Yu in the battle back then, it was all because of Qin Yu's counterattack before his death. They were all severely injured, and some were even on the verge of death. However, no matter how serious their injuries were, they should not have died. Those who could be called ancient emperors among the emperors would not die so easily. Qin Yu fell into deep thought. He remembered that his eldest senior brother had also said that Xing Luo had disappeared for a period of time in the heaven domain. Could it be that the disappearance of sacrificial blood god emperor was related to Xing Luo's disappearance? It seems that I have to find a chance to find out more about the 12 ancient emperors. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as thoughts appeared in his mind. He did not want to be discovered by Xing Luo and the 12 ancient emperors. Therefore, even when he came to the spiritual state and entered the heavenly imperial palace, he did not inquire about the 12 ancient emperors. But now, Qin Yu had the purple thunder divine cloud dragon. After refining its dragon blood, his cultivation should be able to enter the martial emperor realm. Next, he should take action. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying dragon aura descended. With the power of destruction, it blasted towards Qin Yu, wanting to take the opportunity to seal Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu noticed it instantly. He took a step forward and used the power of the array to flash a few hundred meters away. Lifting his eyelids slightly, Qin Yu looked at AOD, who had finally appeared. AOD's aura was strong, and it seemed that its previous injuries had been completely healed. However, Qin Yu could still feel that AOD's aura was a little weak. This void had the power to suppress the Emperor realm. AOD's recovery here would be restricted by many restrictions. It would not be as easy as when he was in the martial Emperor realm. Why would the purple lightning divine firmament dragon follow you? AOD didn't continue to attack after his attack failed. Instead, he looked at Qin Yu coldly. There was obvious confusion in his voice. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon did not submit to him, a descendant of the Dragon Emperor, of the prime sovereign dragon race. Yet, it actually followed Qin Yu. AOD could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Maybe it's because I'm more handsome. The sky-shattering, godly spear in Qin Yu's hand dissipated as it flew into the sky from the ancient formation. From the looks of it, he had no intention of fighting AOD at all. Trying to run, AOD immediately sensed that an extremely terrifying cold qi swept out like a flood, freezing the heavens and earth. However, the ancient spirit sacrifice formation seemed to be burning at this moment. All of the runes flickered with resplendent light, blocking the frightening cold current that could freeze the world. Aod's expression turned ugly when he saw this. He had been tricked by Chinyu again. No wonder Chinyu had not left after killing the people of the god-sacrificial evil dynasty. It turned out that he had been strengthening the ancient spirit sacrifice formation before this. In the sky, Chinyu glanced at Aod and flew away, although Aod's injuries had not completely recovered. However, Chinyu also did not plan to fight against him again. The power of the divine runes on Chinyu's body was far weaker than before. With Aod's prime sovereign strength, even if he could not defeat him, he could still escape. There was no need for him to waste his efforts. Now that he had achieved his goal, Chinyu felt that it was time to leave. Ever since Chinyu obtained those divine runes, he felt that the power of the Tao in this empty space was constantly dissipating. Perhaps it would completely disappear at any time. Chinyu was now able to fight Aod with the divine runes on his body. However, once the power of the restriction dissipated, the one who would have to flee would be Chinyu. Rumble. Not long after Chinyu left, a deafening explosion was heard. It was Aod who had finally broken through the sacrificial, evil, ancient array. He immediately chased after Chinyu. Swoosh! 2 hours later, Chinyu, who was flying towards the entrance, saw several figures flying towards him. They were Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the others. Looking at them, it was obvious that they had successfully sent the immortal Qilin out. Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Chinyu was safe and sound. After the battle with the immortal Qilin, their attitude towards Chinyu had changed significantly. At the bottom of the lake, if Chinyu had not blocked those young geniuses for a moment, they would not have been able to escape. With the power of the restriction in this space, they would not have been able to teleport away from hundreds of martial emperors. In that case, they would not have been able to send the immortal Qilin out safely. Let's go. Seeing Sun Shiyu and the others, Chinyu did not slow down at all and quickly said, Someone is chasing after us? After Shi Jingtian sensed it, a chilling murderous intent appeared on his face. Previously, when he had obtained the immortal Qilin, he had been chased and was already furious. Now that someone was chasing after him, Shi Jingtian could not hold back anymore. Even Sun Shiyu's eyes turned cold. Their heavenly imperial palace was a top force. The other party was too arrogant to chase after them so brazenly. That person should be an emperor realm master who suppressed his cultivation to enter. However, Chinyu's next words immediately froze the murderous intent on Shi Jingtian's face. Sun Shiyu was also shocked. Aren't Emperor Realm Masters unable to pass through the restriction in this void space? Shi Jingtian hurriedly chased after him and asked curiously, There are millions of artifacts in this world. There will always be some special artifacts that can restrain the restriction. Chinyu said lightly. After half an hour, Chinyu and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the void space. Their figures flickered, and they immediately rushed out of the void space. The moment they left the void space, the Tao art and divine crests on Chinyu's body disappeared without a trace. Chinyu turned back and glanced at the void space. He then collected his thoughts and returned to the heavenly imperial palace. In addition to Shi Tiangang, there were 5 other Emperor Realm Masters from the heavenly imperial palace who came to help. After seeing Chinyu come out safely, Shi Tiangang and the other Emperor Realm Masters were relieved. The 7-colored immortal Qilin was indeed important. However, Chinyu's safety could not be compromised. Many young martial emperors' eyes flickered with surprise when they saw Chinyu come out, although they had obtained some opportunities in this trip to the void space. However, compared to Chinyu, who had obtained the inheritance of the Emperor Realm Master, their opportunities were incomparable. Of course, although they coveted it, they were also a little wary. Yes, even though Chinyu was only a martial ancestor, they still could not help but be wary of him. Let's go back to the heavenly imperial palace. Shi Tiangang revealed a big smile on his face and immediately prepared to leave with Qin Yu, Sun Xiu, and the others. This time, the heavenly imperial palace had obtained the 7-colored immortal qilin. It could be said that they were the biggest winners. Emperor Tian Shao, please wait. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 364. Shi Tiangang raised his eyebrows slightly and tilted his head to look in the direction of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The person who spoke was a man from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, wearing a half-gray mask on the left side of his face. Emperor In Spirit, what can I do for you? Shi Tiangang turned around and asked lightly, looking at the emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The other 4 emperor realm masters of the heavenly imperial palace stood beside Sun Xiu, Qin Yu, and the others. I don't dare. I just have something to ask your disciple. The sovereign In Spirit, who was wearing a gray half-mask, stepped through the air with a gloomy aura around him. The other emperor realm masters of the sacrificial evil god dynasty also followed. What's the matter? Seeing that the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the others were ready to pick a fight, Shi Tiangang's voice was as calm as ever, but the aura on his body suddenly became extremely terrifying. Wind and thunder gathered in the sky, as if the sky was about to fall. It made the cultivators of the entire fiend demon feel their hearts palpitate. Even the Emperor Realm Masters felt the pressure and couldn't help but quietly retreat with their disciples. Although there were no young geniuses at the lake when Qin Yu fought with Kong Yao Wu and the others, but that didn't mean that no one outside the lake had discovered the battle between them. It was just that those who discovered it didn't dare to get involved. The death of Kong Yao Wu and the others and Qin Yu's sufferings had already spread among many young geniuses. This was also the reason why Yi Tianyu and the others were afraid of Qin Yu. It didn't matter whether Qin Yu had borrowed external forces or not. He had truly killed the Emperor Realm geniuses of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Especially among those geniuses, there was someone like Kong Yao Wu, who was enough to be listed in the Spirit States battle list. I heard that the disciples of my sacrificial evil god dynasty didn't come out because they were killed by him, so I want to know the truth of the matter. In front of Shi Tiangang's terrifying aura, the Emperor In Spirit's eyes were a little solemn, but he didn't retreat and asked, hearing the Emperor In Spirit's words. Sun Xiu, Shi Jingtian, and the others didn't show the slightest expression. However, in his heart, he was already extremely shocked. Did something like this happen after they left? Shen Feng, is what Sovereign In Spirit said true? Shi Tiangang asked faintly. Palace Master, I've never seen anyone from the sacrificial evil godly dynasty. Besides, with my cultivation of the martial progenitor realm, I don't think I can kill the geniuses of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Qin Yu said with a calm expression. Regardless of whether or not anyone saw this, Qin Yu would not admit to it. However, I heard that after you obtain the sovereign's inheritance in the void space, you gain the power to easily kill martial emperors. Sovereign In Spirit said again. Heard? Just because you heard about it, you plan to blame the death of your disciple on my disciple? This time, Shi Tiangang answered for Qin Yu. Whether or not it's an innocent act, all we need to do is to let him perform a simple soul cleansing. Of course, if Sovereign Heavenly Firmament is not at ease, you can do it yourself. Sovereign In Spirit did not let it go. What a joke! You want to perform soul cleansing on my disciple after the death of your disciple? Who do you think you are? Shi Tiangong's voice turned slightly cold. Palace Master Shi, among the disciples who died this time, there was one who killed the evil sovereign's most beloved descendant. Therefore, I think it's better to clarify this matter. Sovereign In Spirit's face darkened, and he even changed the way he addressed Shi Tiangang. Today, not to mention you, Even if the evil sovereign comes in person, he won't be able to touch my disciple. Sure, Tiangong's attitude was firm. Palace Master Sure, I can understand that the death of my disciple was caused by your heavenly firmament palace, right? Sovereign Een Spirit's voice grew colder. Then, can I understand your words as a threat to my heavenly firmament palace? Sure, Tiangong's eyes turned cold, and his aura grew stronger. In the sky, the shadow of a giant vaguely appeared. Good, very good. I hope you won't regret today's matter in the future. Sovereign Een Spirit's eyes became even more sinister, like a poisonous snake that was about to devour someone at any time. Regret? You think you can? Sure, Tiangang laughed loudly. In the sky, the giant shadow suddenly slammed its palm down. Sovereign Een Spirit and the rest of the evil sovereign court's people's faces suddenly changed, and they all attacked. The power of Tao burst out, meeting the giant shadow head-on. Rumble. In the void, there was the sound of a collision that wasn't very violent. Under the power of the giant shadow, Sovereign Een Spirit and the rest of the people's Tao power exploded. After their bodies trembled, they spat out blood and flew backward. Seeing this, Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough, Sure Tiangong's cultivation had become more powerful than it was 1,000 years ago. Sure Tiangang, today's matter isn't over. Just you wait. Sovereign Een Spirit and the rest knew that they were no match for Sure Tiangang, so they didn't stay here for long. As soon as the voice came, they disappeared. Let's go. Sure Tiangang didn't care about Sovereign Een Spirit's words. He dispersed his Tao power and left with Sun Shiyu, Qin Yu, and the others, defeating 5 sovereigns in one move, as expected of the Lord of Heavenly Imperial Palace. After Sure Tiangang and the others left, the cultivators present gradually exclaimed in surprise and started a heated discussion. Although the relationship between Heavenly Imperial Palace and the evil Sovereign Court is very bad, isn't Sure Tiangong's reaction a little too big this time? What is the identity of that little brat called Chen Feng in Heavenly Imperial Palace? I'm afraid he's not just a core disciple. Even the sovereigns were talking to each other. Generally speaking, it was rare for Emperor Realm Masters to fight directly. But this time, Sure Tiangang not only fought, but also directly injured Sovereign Een Spirit and the others. This was a big grudge. That little brat. After the sovereigns present left, AOD, who was hiding in the void and waiting for an opportunity, appeared unwillingly. There were 5 sovereigns in Heavenly Imperial Palace, and especially with Sure Tiangang, AOD had no chance of winning. Huff huff. Qin Feng. Does the matter of the evil sovereign court really have nothing to do with you? Sun Shiyu, Qin Yu, and the others were quickly carried away by Sure Tiangang and the other sovereigns. Halfway through, Sun Shiyu looked at the indifferent Qin Yu and couldn't help but ask. Sure Jingtian and the others also couldn't help looking over. I did it. Up until now, Qin Yu didn't deny it. He told Heavenly Imperial Palace about this matter so they could be prepared. So, you've also obtained the sovereign's inheritance in the void space? Even Sure Tiangang and the other sovereigns were a little surprised by this sentence. The Emperor Master who had sealed the void space was definitely a top Emperor Master. Even Sure Tiangang and the other sovereigns were a little curious about the inheritance he left behind. I really didn't. There was no sovereign inheritance in there at all. Qin Yu shook his head. He really didn't obtain any sovereign inheritance. But for Qin Yu, obtaining the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon was even more surprising than obtaining the sovereign inheritance. Chapter 365. Hearing this, Sun Shiyu didn't ask any more questions. Sure Jingtian and the others also restrained their different expressions. Xin Feng, from today onwards, you'd better not leave the palace easily. Although Sure Tiangang was curious, he was just curious. He didn't care if Qin Yu really got the inheritance of the sovereign. No matter how powerful the sovereign was, Could it be compared with the inheritance of the three emperors? In contrast, Shi Tiangang was more concerned about Qin Yu's safety. Although the relationship between the heavenly imperial palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty had always been very bad, and they were even like fire and water. But most of the time they restrained each other. All along there had only been small fights, and there had never been a large-scale battle. After all, they were both the top forces of the spiritual state. If there was really a life and death battle, the entire spiritual state would probably be involved. But now, the situation was different. Today's conflict with the sovereign spirit would inevitably lead to the escalation of the feud between the two forces. The small fights of the past would disappear, and the two top forces would have a big battle. Therefore, at this time, Sun Xiu, Qin Yu, Shi Jingtian, and the other top young geniuses of the younger generation, they could be attacked if they went out casually. Shi Tiangang could directly order Sun Xiu, Shi Jingtian, and the others. But Shi Tiangang couldn't see through Qin Yu, and he couldn't figure out his temper. However, he couldn't be too tough on Qin Yu. Therefore, the only person who needed special instructions was Qin Yu. I know. Qin Yu nodded slightly. Although he said so, he didn't care very much. After this time, after going back and advancing to the martial emperor realm, Qin Yu's strength would advance to a new level. After that, Qin Yu wouldn't stay in the heavenly imperial palace forever. His next goal was to find a new dragon. Second, to find a way to improve the strength of the purple thunder divine cloud dragon and the golden flame heaven-burning dragon. Currently, Qin Yu had already obtained 2 dragons. The original plan to establish the eternal dragon nation had gradually shown results. Ordinary martial emperors didn't need Qin Yu to make a move. The 2 dragons could directly crush them if he subdued a few more dragons and raised all of them to the emperor realm. At that time, as long as Qin Yu's cultivation advanced to the sovereign realm, he could directly take revenge. The matter of the southern region's empty space ended with the heavenly imperial palace obtaining the 7-colored immortal Qilin. However, the development of the situation did not stop there. The birth of a real immortal beast shook the whole spiritual state and even the other 8 states. Countless forces went to investigate the situation. Under the limelight of the rainbow immortal Qilin, Shi Tiangang and the sacrificial evil god dynasty, as well as Qin Yu killing the younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. On the contrary, it was not that eye-catching. Of course, those top forces and superpowers left. Many medium and small forces went to the fiendish demon sea in an endless stream. Although the void dimension had been carefully searched by those great powers, there would still be some treasures left behind. No matter what kind of treasure they found, it would be a huge opportunity for them. It was also because of this that a bloody storm was set off in that void after those great powers left. The number of martial artists who had died inside was innumerable. This bloody storm lasted for half a month before it gradually stopped. Northern region of the spiritual state Imperial Palace. The entire Imperial Palace was extremely excited to obtain the rainbow immortal Qilin this time. If the immortal beast was successfully nurtured, Imperial Palace would definitely have an invincible divine beast in the future. Even the descendants of the 12 war generals were unable to contain their excitement. The growth of the rainbow immortal Qilin was extremely slow. By the time the rainbow immortal Qilin matured, the power struggle between them and the descendants of the 3 emperors would have already been decided. If the power struggle succeeded, the immortal Qilin would belong to them. In the entire Imperial Palace, perhaps the calmest person was Qin Yu. Although the rainbow immortal Qilin was good, he had no interest in it. Just nurturing the purple thunder divine firmament dragon and the golden flame heaven-burning dragon was enough for Qin Yu. He wasn't interested in nurturing an immortal beast that he didn't know how long it would take for it to mature. On his journey, Qin Yu had experienced countless battles. The spoils of war that he had obtained were also innumerable. Before coming to the spiritual state, he had left many cultivation resources to the Qin family and the dragon family. However, Qin Yu had kept all the treasures that could assist the dragon race in their cultivation. When Qin Yu was free and not cultivating, he would constantly refine pills for the golden flame heaven burning dragon. It was precisely because of this that the golden flame heaven burning dragon was able to advance to the martial emperor realm after refining the blood of the azure demonic phoenix. Now that there was another purple thunder divine firmament dragon, Qin Yu's spiritual herbs and pills would quickly be consumed. Fortunately, Imperial Palace would give Qin Yu a huge amount of cultivation resources every month. These cultivation resources were not of use to Qin Yu, but they could make up for the cultivation holes of the two great dragon races. After returning to Imperial Palace, Qin Yu immediately entered seclusion and entered the dragon god ancient seal. Dragon soul. Qin Yu's mind moved, and the origin dragon blood of the purple thunder divine firmament dragon appeared in his hand. The dragon soul understood and immediately used its space-time superpower. 10 times the power of time filled their bodies. The origin blood essence in Qin Yu's palm was divided into two, half for each of them. Immemorial battle dragon art. Qin Yu activated his cultivation technique and controlled the dragon god ancient seal to devour the dragon blood. In an instant, the pure dragon energy that was as vast as the ocean filled Qin Yu's entire body. The dragon qi was so dense that it was like a rushing river, whistling and deafening. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon had cultivated for countless years, and its origin dragon blood was naturally far superior to the golden flame heaven burning dragon. Qin Yu immediately entered a meditative state. The pores all over his body seemed to have turned into black holes, crazily absorbing the dragon qi into his body. This is, at this moment, in the dragon realm of the dragon soul. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon, who was absorbing the ancient Qilin qi to recover its vitality, suddenly trembled. A hint of fear appeared in the dragon's eyes, which were filled with rolling thunder. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon clearly sensed that its origin superpower was quietly disappearing from its body. It felt as if a pair of irresistible hands were directly snatching its origin superpower from its body. After a while, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon sensed that its origin superpower was quietly condensing on Qin Yu's body, devouring dragon blood, stealing the dragon race's superpower. As if recalling something, the fear in the purple thunder divine firmament dragon's eyes was quickly replaced by shock. The dragon god, Dharch. Such a shocking method reminded the purple thunder divine firmament dragon of a supreme, sovereign venerate of the past in the heavenly domain. The era when the Dragon Emperor created the eternal dragon nation was the most glorious era in the history of the dragon race. The era when the dragon god Dharch rose to power could be described as a dark era for the entire dragon race. The reason why the dragon race was so rare in the 9 states of the heavenly region was closely related to the dragon Dharch. Although thousands of years had passed, countless powerful dragon race members who had fled to the outer realm still did not dare to return to the heavenly region. Chapter 366. The purple thunder divine firmament dragon had cultivated for thousands of years, but it had never seen the dragon god Dharch with its own eyes. Although it had never seen the dragon god emperor before, it was very familiar with the inheritance of the dragon god emperor. That was why it had been brought to the outer region by its grandfather. Even the divine tribulation could only be passed there. However, it was rumored that the dragon god emperor had already fallen. Had Qin Yu obtained the inheritance of the dragon god emperor or a reincarnator? The purple lightning divine cloud dragon's eyes shone brightly. The fairy had once said that the person she was waiting for would return one day. If the person she was waiting for was the dragon god emperor, when the fairy said that he would return, didn't she mean that the dragon god sovereign would return? The purple lightning divine cloud dragon finally understood. When Qin Yu said that the dragon emperor was merely a starting point for him, why did it have an indescribable feeling of conviction? The purple lightning divine, cloud dragon, couldn't help but sigh. Its grandfather had specially brought it out of the heavenly region, but it still ended up in the hands of the dragon god emperor. Fate was really hard to explain. However, after figuring out Qin Yu's identity, the purple lightning divine cloud dragon understood why it followed Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was really the dragon god emperor, it was not impossible for him to establish the eternal dragon nation and unify the entire dragon race. Under the dragon soul's 10 times faster flow, and with the endless dragon qi to refine, Qin Yu's cultivation immediately skyrocketed. Originally, the cultivation of the Nirvana 9 refinement stage in the martial ancestor realm was a huge hole. However, it was quickly filled up now. The dragon god's ancient seal did not rise or set. He could not even feel the passage of time. Just like that, 10 months passed in the blink of an eye as Qin Yu cultivated day and night. On this day, 5 types of laws of heaven and earth appeared around Qin Yu. They were the 5 elements: chaos, lightning, massacre, and extreme speed. At this moment, the 5 types of laws of heaven and earth were undergoing drastic changes. Boom! Finally, when the transformation reached its limit, the 5 laws of heaven and earth completely transformed into the great Taos of heaven and earth. Qin Yu's body suddenly shook. Among the 5 great Taos of the heaven and earth that he had comprehended, a pitch-black dragon seal, a star dragon seal, a fire dragon seal, and a thunder dragon seal appeared. Each dragon seal represented a member of the dragon clan. Apart from that, there were also 4 vague figures of dragons, which were the heaven-battling azure dragon, the sky-devouring dragon seal, and other secret techniques. At the same time, great changes were occurring within Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's originally golden dragon blood became increasingly pure. Even his flesh and bones were faintly turning a faint golden color. The main dragon vein in his body had reached the peak of grade 4. As long as he broke through another grade, he would be able to reach the grade 5 azure dragon vein that he cultivated in his previous life. The original 40 branch dragon veins increased by another 15, reaching a total of 55. Qin Yu's aptitude was now 55 times that of a peak divine physique, which could be compared to an emperor physique. When the last wisp of dragon energy was refined, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light flashed across his eyes. Finally, he had entered the martial emperor realm. In his previous life, he had been defeated by his master and had cultivated bitterly for decades before entering the martial emperor realm. Now, in just a few years, he had stepped into this stage. Qin Yu clenched his fists, and a smile appeared on his face. He was one big step closer to returning to the peak. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to recover his cultivation. Qin Yu glanced at the dragon soul that was still in seclusion. He didn't disturb it and left the ancient seal of the dragon god. He had cultivated for more than 10 months in the ancient seal of the dragon god. In reality, more than a month should have passed. Calculating the time, there should be less than a month before the spiritual state battle ranking. Now that his cultivation had entered the martial emperor realm, he was qualified to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The providence that he had plundered had vaguely reached a limit. As long as he participated in the spiritual state battle ranking and plundered the providence of the geniuses on the battle ranking, the heaven-stealing fortune technique would undergo a transformation. Shenfeng, you're done with your seclusion. Qin Yu had just walked out of the palace and was about to inquire about the details of the spiritual state battle ranking. A voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yu tilted his head and saw Shi Jingtian walking over with dozens of young geniuses. There were martial emperors and martial ancestors among those geniuses. Shi Lingxiao, Sun Duanqing, and Qing Zhu, the descendant of General Qing Gui, who had fought with him in the Divine Emperor Tower, were also present. Just nice, there's someone in the palace, Shi Jingtian, who was walking over, was talking when his gaze suddenly froze. Martial Emperor Realm, Shi Jingtian's face was blank, and he couldn't help but stop walking. He looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. Shi Ling Xiao, Sun Duanqing, and the others were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. A month ago, Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the Nirvana second rank of the martial ancestor realm. In just a month, he had advanced to the martial emperor realm. How is this possible? How is this possible? Qin Zhu was also dumbfounded, and he stood rooted to the ground. Even a genius like Sun Shiyu's cultivation speed was not as fast as his. What kind of monster was he? What kind of elixir did you eat? Now, Shi Jingtian didn't believe that Qin Yu hadn't obtained the emperor's inheritance in the empty space. Apart from the emperor's inheritance, what else could help a martial ancestor realm, Nirvana realm, directly to the martial emperor realm? Such a terrifying cultivation speed was no longer 1,000 miles a day, but more than 10 million miles a day. I did obtain some opportunities. Did you say that there was a mission in the palace? Qin Yu said with a smile. A group of extraterritorial demons invaded the 4 black tortoise realms, and the palace asked us to eliminate them as a training. Shi Jingtian gradually came to his senses, but he still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The extraterritorial demons invaded? Qin Yu was surprised. The spiritual state was connected to the extraterritorial battlefield, so it wasn't strange for the extraterritorial demons to sneak into the spiritual state. However, the Heavenly Emperor Palace sent Shi Jingtian and the others, including Shi Ling Xiao and other martial ancestors. Qin, you couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it obvious that they were sending them to their deaths? One had to know that the extraterritorial demons in the extraterritorial battlefield would often kill Emperor Realm Masters. According to the intelligence, it's just a group of low-grade iron demons. I don't know how the extraterritorial demons managed to sneak in. Almost every once in a while it would appear. Shi Jingtian said, guessing Qin Yu's thoughts when he saw Qin Yu's expression. If that's the case, I'll go and take a look. Qin Yu revealed a look of interest in the extraterritorial demons. In fact, Qin Yu wanted to plunder as much luck as he could through killing. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he couldn't slack off on plundering luck. The extraterritorial demons were also living beings of heaven and earth, so they naturally had luck. Let's go. Shi Jingtian smiled. He originally wanted to invite Qin Yu. Chapter 367. Even though the conflict between the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty had been increasing, recently the Heavenly Imperial Palace was still in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. However, the 4 Black Tortoise realm was a martial realm under the complete control of the Sky Emperor Palace. There were no spies from outside forces. Moreover, he would be accompanied by a martial Emperor Realm Elder. His safety would be guaranteed. Soon, Shi Jingtian brought Qin Yu and the others to the teleportation hall of the Imperial Palace. When the martial Emperor Elder in charge of accompanying them saw that Qin Yu was present, he immediately went to ask for instructions from Shi Tiangang. Soon, the martial Emperor Realm Elder returned and agreed to Qin Yu's request. The 4 Black Tortoise realms were indeed safe enough. Letting Qin Yu go there to gain experience was also good. Soon, Sky Imperial Palace and the others were teleported to a ruined ancient city. It was obvious that the ancient city had just experienced a great battle. The thick smell of blood and the power of the law of destruction filled the void. Of course, now that the battle was over, the Sky Emperor Palace's warriors stationed here had won. Elder. Seeing that martial Emperor Realm Elder bringing people over, the 2-rank, 3 martial emperors immediately flew over and bowed respectfully. What's the situation? Asked the martial Emperor Realm Elder. This time, 2 groups of demons have appeared. One is the Iron Demon race, and the other is still unknown. They were both martial emperors and martial ancestors. However, the strongest among them did not surpass rank for martial emperor. It was only because they appeared so suddenly and there were so many of them that we were attacked by them. The auras of the two martial emperors were in a mess, and their injuries were not light. What about the other cities? The Emperor Realm Elder asked. Because of our warning, there were no casualties in the other cities, and they sent reinforcements in time. Now, all the extraterrestrial devils have been driven to the desolate ghost plains by us. However, they haven't left yet. They've been wandering around the desolate ghost plains. It seems like they're waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The two martial emperors said. If that's the case, then... As soon as the Emperor Realm Master spoke, his expression changed, and he immediately flew up into the sky, tilting his head to look towards the west of the ancient city. Almost at the same time, Qin Yu sensed something and tilted his head. However, Qin Yu was not only looking at the west. Rumble. Suddenly, deafening explosions could be heard from the west, south, and north of the city. Although the distance was very far, Qin Yu and the others still sensed it. The auras of devils could be sensed from those three directions. What happened? The two martial emperors immediately flew into the sky, their faces filled with panic. He had just guaranteed that all the extraterritorial devil clans would be expelled, and now such a thing had happened. This caused them to feel extremely terrified. If the elders were to pursue the matter, they were afraid that their lives would be in danger. It was as if they were responding to the commotion that had occurred in those three directions. In front of the ancient city, billowing demonic fog appeared on the boundless, ancient, desolate plains. It covered the sky and the earth, and it was mighty and mighty. As if it had sensed that there was an Emperor Realm Master guarding this ancient city, the billowing demon fog only drifted in the distant sky and didn't approach the ancient city. Elder, 3 cities have been breached by the devils, and they're requesting reinforcements. A martial emperor flew into the sky and said to the Emperor Realm Elder, "Everyone split up." The Emperor Realm Elder sensed carefully. After confirming that the strongest was only a low-level martial emperor, he flew down and immediately made arrangements for Shi Jingtian and the others. When making arrangements for Qin Yu, he originally wanted to let Qin Yu stay in the ancient city. But when he saw that Qin Yu had summoned the Skeleton Ghost King, the Emperor Realm Elder immediately changed his plans. Move! With an order, Qin Yu, Shi Jingtian, and the others split up into 4 groups and broke through the void. Qin Yu had been traveling with Shi Jingtian and the others along the way. This was the greatest compromise that the Emperor Realm Elder could make. In less than a quarter of an hour, an ancient city appeared in their line of sight. A great battle was happening in that city. Countless cultivators had died, and countless low-level cultivators had fled. The ones who had breached the city were devils, with a leopard's body and a human's head. They were surrounded by pitch-black fog, and their bodies were covered in black iron armor. They were the Iron Demons. The Iron Demons could only be considered as a low-level devil clan among the many devil clans in the extraterritorial devil clan. But the strength of the Iron Demons was not to be underestimated. They were born with iron bodies and were invulnerable to swords and spears. Kill! Shi Jingtian unsealed the saber in his hand and charged out with monstrous killing intent. The other heavenly prides of the Emperor Palace also charged out. With their participation, the originally fierce battle immediately became one-sided. However, although the Iron Demons were being routed, there were not many deaths. Even if they were in an absolutely disadvantageous situation, they relied on their iron bodies and were in a stalemate with Shi Jingtian and the others. Just as Qin Yu was about to join the battle, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked down at the area around the ancient city. Underneath the ancient city, Qin Yu was able to faintly sense the movement of a formation array. The fluctuations of spirit arrays did not seem like spirit arrays, but more like the ancient runes of the demon race. Although it was only released for a moment, Qin Yu could not be wrong. There are extraterritorial demons hiding underground. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu's figure flashed and he directly entered the ground. After entering, Qin Yu's perception of the ripples of the formation runes became even clearer. Moreover, there were obvious auras of the extraterritorial demons mixed in with the fluctuations of the spirit arrays. There are extraterritorial demons setting up spirit arrays underground. After diving for thousands of miles, Qin Yu seemed to have returned to the surface, and his vision suddenly opened up. There was actually a 1,000-mile-wide crater in the ground. It was like an underground world. Within the 1,000-mile deep pit, there were 70 to 80 human Tao figures. They were all extraterritorial demons, surrounded by demonic qi, and were all martial emperors. But these demons, apart from a few iron demons, were all extraterritorial demons. Most of them were strange demons, surrounded by demonic flames and had no heads. Essence, demon race. Qin Yu had once made a name for himself in the extraterritorial battlefield and had naturally seen countless extraterritorial demons. The essence demon race was a demon race born from the spirit qi of heaven and earth. To be precise, they should be the fire essence demon race, which was a relatively common demon race among the essence demons. The fire essence demon race was similar to the iron demon race among the extraterritorial demons. The two demon races mentioned in Intelligence should be the iron demon race and the fire essence demon race, but ancient demon race? Qin Yu's gaze fell on a figure in the center of the demon race who was concentrating on inscribing spirit arrays. The demonic qi emitted from that figure was far more powerful than that of the iron demon race and the fire essence demon race. It was actually an ancient demon race. Although the ancient demon race was known as the demon race and walked the path of demonic cultivation, it was one of the races in the Qingyin domain. If they had not tried to unify the 9 states of the Qingyin domain and caused endless chaos, they would not have been removed from the Qingyin domain. The ancient demon race actually joined forces with the extraterritorial demons. This was not good news for the Qingyin domain. Chapter 368. Qin Yu had visited the extraterritorial demon race before. Although the extraterritorial realm was vast and boundless, the living conditions of the demon race were extremely harsh. The extraterritorial realm was filled with endless demon qi. Nothing could grow there, and all living things were silent. Cultivation resources were scarce there. Therefore, the extraterritorial demon race had been eyeing the resource-rich 9 states of the heaven domain. The extraterritorial battlefield had appeared because of this. If the primordial demon race and the extraterritorial demon race joined forces, they might be able to avoid the extraterritorial battlefield and invade the 9 states of the heaven domain. Perhaps some remote broken continents had already been invaded by the extraterritorial demon race. After all, even the martial world, controlled by the heavenly imperial palace, had been invaded by the extraterritorial demon race. The aura of a human. Qin Yu was a little surprised. When he saw the primordial demon race, some of the primordial fire demons noticed the aura. Immediately, all of the demon race looked at Qin Yu. The air was filled with killing intent. Seeing that his invisibility technique had been exposed, Qin Yu did not hide anymore. He directly escaped from the ground and stepped toward the extraterritorial demon race. When he appeared, there was a dense divine light flickering in Qin Yu's hand. A blood-red ancient sword that seemed to be made of blood and blazing flames was formed. The moment the ancient sword condensed, it let out a crisp sword cry as if it was thirsting for blood. Demon Slayer Sword. The murderous extraterritorial demon race sensed the aura of the blood-red ancient sword, and their faces changed drastically. The ancient sword that Qin Yu had created was a divine weapon, the Demon Slayer Sword. The Demon Slayer Sword was not an ancient divine weapon. It was born 10,000 years ago. However, in the eyes of the extraterritorial demon race, the Demon Slayer Sword was more ferocious than any divine weapon in the heaven domain. This was because the Demon Slayer Sword was created by drinking the blood of countless extraterritorial demon race. Its owner entered the Tao through killing. He rose from a low realm and became the strongest emperor of that era. His emperor title was Demon Slayer. Although the Demon Slayer Emperor was killed by the extraterritorial demon race at the cost of hundreds of almighty figures, the Demon Slayer sword was still alive. The Demon Slayer sword was also lost. But until now, no one had been able to subdue the demon slaughtering sword. They could only suppress it forever in the outer realm. The place where the demon-slaying sword was sealed was an absolute forbidden zone for the extraterritorial devil race. Once the extraterritorial devils stepped in, they would be torn into pieces by the unparalleled sword light. Now, the demon-slaying sword had actually appeared in Qin Yu's hands. Even the hands of the ancient devil clan member who had been turning around to inscribe devil runes trembled as he looked up at Qin Yu. This isn't the real demon slaughtering sword. It's just a secret technique of the heavenly imperial palace. The ancient demon spoke with an aged voice after taking a glance at Lin Fan. Hearing this, the iron demons and fire demons heaved a sigh of relief. Their killing intent condensed again. From the looks of it, his cultivation is even higher than the demon sovereign's. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the ancient devil clan's face that was covered with countless ancient and mysterious runes. The cultivation of this ancient era's demon clansman greatly surpassed that of the exalted demon that had appeared in the 100 martial realm. He was already a peak rank 5 martial emperor. Not only that, but the demonic might emitted by the ancient demonic curse on his face was also stronger than that of the demon exalted. Just nice. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a bright light. From the demon saint seal he had obtained from the demon exalted. He knew that the primal chaos dragon clan existed in the ancient era's ancestral realm. That demon exalted was killed by Xing Luo in one move. Thus, Qin Yu did not have the opportunity to ask about the endless demon domain. Now that he had encountered an ancient era's demon here, Qin Yu naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Outsiders might not know where the ancient era's ancestral realm was, but the ancient era's demon clansmen would definitely know. Buzz! Buzz! Thinking of this, Qin Yu stepped into the air. Countless mysterious ancient runes spread out under his feet and quickly covered the entire deep pit. Like a heavenly barrier, it trapped all the extraterritorial devil clansmen. A mere rank 1 martial emperor. You're courting death. The extraterritorial devil clansmen were shocked. They did not know the significance of Qin Yu's actions. However, they didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately charged out. Heaven and earth destroying killing, intent wreaked havoc and engulfed everything. They all shot toward Qin Yu. Boom! With a flash of white light, the skeleton ghost king charged out. Its fist exploded and the image of the ancient barbarian god appeared. Its might was world-shaking. After passing through the southern region's fiendish demon sea, they traveled through the void. The skeleton ghost king's cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 5 martial emperor. As long as it devoured the blood of the extraterritorial devil clansmen, it would definitely be able to reach rank 6 martial emperor. Rumble! A destructive battle immediately erupted. Incomparably frightening, great Tao energy swept out like a berserk tornado. The earth cracked inch by inch and cracks filled the void. The extraterritorial devil clansmen sent out several tens of extraterritorial devil clansmen to stall the skeleton ghost king. Another 7 rank 3 and rank 4 martial emperors charged toward Qin Yu. As for the remaining extraterritorial devil clansmen, they stood around the ancient era's demon clansmen and set up barriers. That way, the ancient era's demon clansmen would not be disturbed. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. Within Qin Yu's flesh, cyan dragon scale-like markings appeared. His aura immediately increased dramatically. Following that, Qin Yu held the ancient sword in his hand. His aura was like a rainbow as he charged forward. As the demon slayer's sword slashed out, a dazzling blood-red sword ray tore through the void and slashed out. Those 7 martial emperors had underestimated Qin Yu too much. 3 of them had been killed in an instant. Regardless of whether it was the Iron Demon Clansman's defense that was hard to damage, or the Elemental Fire Demon Clansman's defense that could turn into demonic flames. Under the Demon Slayer sword, their defenses were as weak as tofu and were torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere, and the demonic souls were annihilated. Not good. Retreat. Seeing that Qin had reached a level comparable to the Skeleton Ghost King in the blink of an eye, the extraterritorial Devil Clansmen immediately retreated. The other 4 martial emperors were scared out of their wits and immediately retreated. However, how could Qin give them the chance to do so? Chaos Great Tao. With Qin as the center, the area within a radius of a few thousand feet turned into a chaotic force field. The 4 retreating martial emperors were immediately greatly affected. They swayed slightly as if they had lost their sense of direction. The Chaos Great Tao could mess up everything. When cultivated to a high level, it could even mess up heaven and earth. The blood-red sword ray was like a bloodthirsty demon as it slashed through the 4 martial emperors. The 4 martial emperors were immediately cut in half. Blood flowed like a river, and their demonic souls were buried. That lad has hidden his strength. Stop him. When the extraterritorial demons who were protecting the ancient demons saw this, their faces changed drastically. The terrifying combat strength that Qin had displayed was even more powerful than that of the Skeleton Ghost King. Immediately, among the dozens of martial emperors who were besieging the Skeleton Ghost King, more than 30 of them charged toward Qin. Destroy! Qin eyes were cold. Rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard from the huge formation he had set up. In the next instant, the lightning Great Tao surged. Countless lightning bolts were generated from the array inscriptions in the huge array. They turned into a ferocious lightning dragon and bombarded the extraterritorial demons who were charging toward them. The lightning dragon was guided by Qin lightning Great Tao and merged with the purple lightning divine cloud dragons, divine cloud lightning. Chapter 369. The 30 demon martial emperors who were charging at Su-Emo paused in their attacks and had no choice but to defend themselves against the lightning dragon. The way of lightning had a certain effect on their extraterritorial demon chi. Swoosh! Qin, who was supported by the extreme speed power, was as fast as a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he passed through the 30 over martial emperor realm demons. Poof! 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 A total of 12 martial emperor-level devil clansmen were killed by Qin sword strike earlier. Boundless blood exploded, but not a single drop was wasted. It was all devoured by the Skeleton Ghost King. This scene caused the hearts of all the Outer Realm devils to tremble even more, and they were unable to conceal their terror. Crack! Qin, who was about to charge at the ancient demon clansmen, suddenly paused. At that moment, there was a seed of providence in Qin soul. After devouring the luck of more than 10 martial emperor realm demons, it immediately exploded with a loud bang. In the next moment, a light seal, which was about an inch in size, surrendered to Qin soul. Creation celestial seal. Qin eyes were flickering with a dazzling radiance. According to the records of the heaven-stealing creation skill, once the creation celestial seal was formed, the divine skill would officially be cultivated. From then on, Qin could use the creation celestial seal to use the power of providence to perform many secret skills. For example, treasure hunting, avoiding calamities, and so on. Everything in the world was related to providence. The power of providence could naturally change the trajectory of one's destiny. The more the trajectory was changed, the more the power of providence would be consumed. In fact, if he used it too much, he might even exhaust his origin providence. Die. They did not know why Qin was distracted for a moment. However, the extraterritorial demon clansmen did not show any mercy. They immediately seized the opportunity to kill Qin on the spot. Unfortunately, when they were about 100 feet away from Qin, a mighty ancient seal descended. The attacks of the extraterritorial devils were all blocked by the indestructible stone Emperor seal. As Qin Yu's cultivation advanced to the martial emperor realm, the imperishable stone emperor seal would also undergo a huge change. One could clearly see a blurry figure floating above the indestructible stone emperor seal. The power of the indestructible stone emperor seal came from that blurry figure. Qin Yu knew that this was the projection of the stone emperor. In the current Sky Emperor Palace, only the immortal stone emperor seal could summon the stone emperor's shadow. After the stone emperor's silhouette appeared, a vast pressure suppressed the extraterritorial devil clansmen who had seized the opportunity to attack. Qila! Qin Yu regained his senses, and his figure flashed. A circle of blood-red sword light tore through the void. Those Outer Realm devils didn't even have time to react before they were killed by Qin Yu with a single sword strike. The battle had just begun, and there were already 20 to 30 martial Emperor Realm demons who had lost their lives to Qin Yu. The number of extraterritorial devil clansmen was reduced to 50. Of the 50 extraterritorial devil clansmen, more than 20 of them were suppressed by the skeleton Ghost King. There were still more than 10 extraterritorial devil clansmen guarding the ancient devil clansmen. Now, there were only 10 extraterritorial devil clansmen blocking Qin Yu's path. The 10 extraterritorial devil clansmen had obviously lost their fighting spirit and were even trembling. There was no spiritual being that wasn't afraid of death. Now, the 10 extraterritorial devil clansmen were shrouded in a true sense of death. Swoosh! The extreme speed great Tao exploded, and the 10 extraterritorial devil clansmen only felt a ray of light flashing across their eyes. In the next moment, their heads flew into the sky, and their demonic souls were crushed. After Qin Yu used the green dragon battle the heavens, his combat strength was still able to fight against enemies of a higher cultivation level. Not to mention these martial Emperor Realm demons, whose cultivation levels were lower than his. The plan is terminated. Let's attack together. When the ancient devil clansman saw this, he felt a strong sense of danger and immediately stopped inscribing the demonic inscriptions. Frightening demonic might burst forth from his body as he slapped his palm onto the inscriptions. Immediately, countless demonic inscriptions floated around him and condensed into an overflowing demonic figure. The ancient devil clansman's cultivation increased rapidly. From rank 4 martial emperor, he immediately reached rank 6 martial emperor. Those were originally meant to protect him. The extraterritorial devil clansmen's auras also increased dramatically. They all went all out and charged toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu was not afraid in the slightest. He faced them head-on. Demonic figures covered the sky, and crimson swords pierced through the sky. Secret techniques and divine abilities collided violently in the sky. The great battle caused the ground to crack for over 10,000 miles. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. The battle started quickly and ended even more quickly. The dozen extraterritorial devil clansmen that had surrounded Qin Yu all died. Even the ancient devil clansman with boundless demonic might was unable to resist Qin Yu and was killed on the spot. This is soul power? However, after Qin Yu used the soul-devouring curse, he was astonished to discover something. That ancient devil clansman was only an incarnation and not his actual body. After his incarnation was killed by Qin Yu, the trace of soul power also disappeared. Qin Yu could only vaguely sense the location of his actual body. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. A mere incarnation had the strength of a rank 6 martial emperor. In that case, how frightening would his actual body be? After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu immediately decided to find the ancient devil clansman's actual body. It was extremely difficult to encounter the ancient devil clansman in the heaven domain. If he missed this opportunity, Qin Yu would have to go deep into the extraterritorial realm to find the ancient devil clansman. At this moment, the battle on the skeleton Ghost King's side had also ended. All of the extraterritorial devil clansmen had been killed. The skeleton ghost king opened his arms, and divine, desolate runes appeared all over his body. However, at this moment, the divine, desolate runes changed and turned into mysterious, wild beasts. Those mysterious, wild beasts opened their mouths. Immediately, all of the extraterritorial devil clansmen in the deep pit were crazily devoured by the skeleton ghost king. The density of the extraterritorial devil clansman's blood covered the skeleton ghost king. Kacha! After a dozen breaths of time, the sound of bones colliding could be heard. Qin Yu looked over and saw that the skeleton ghost king had grown to a height of 15 meters after devouring all of the extraterritorial devil clansman's blood. The bones on his body were sturdy and strong. Although it was only a skeleton, it looked like it was filled with terrifying power. The skeleton ghost king had finally broken through the boundary of rank 5 martial emperor and reached rank 6 martial emperor in one go. Let's go! Qin Yu dispersed the lightning formation and immediately left with the skeleton ghost king. With Shi Jingtian's strength, he could easily suppress the extraterritorial devil clansmen in the ancient city. Qin Yu did not go over to help. He was more curious about the plan between the ancient devil clan, the Iron Demon clan, and the Fire Demon clan. Qin Yu had used a special method to refine the souls of the extraterritorial devil clansmen. He only knew that the 2 extraterritorial devil clansmen were cooperating with the ancient devil clan to inscribe a demonic formation underground. Invading the 4 cities was just to attract the attention of the Sky Emperor Palace's cultivators. However, the Iron Demon clan and the Fire Demon clan did not know the purpose of this plan. Chapter 370. The only one who knew was the ancient demon who could inscribe demon curses. While Qin Yu and the skeleton ghost king were moving underground in a certain direction, over 100,000 miles away from Qin Yu, there was also an ancient city in that direction. At this moment, a great battle was taking place in the ancient city. The young generation of the heavenly imperial palace and the iron demons were fighting fiercely. Beneath the ancient city, there was an underground volcano. At this moment, a figure surrounded by demon chi in the volcano suddenly raised his head. That figure was none other than the ancient demon. 4 huge demon curse arrays were engraved in the void around the ancient demon. 2 of the 4 demon curse arrays were shining with dazzling light. One was dim, and the other was completely broken. The location of that broken devil formation array was precisely the direction that Qin Yu was rushing from. The demon array is broken? Something happened over there. Beside the ancient devil, there were dozens of iron and fire elemental devils. The cultivation levels of these devils were the same as the devils that Qin Yu had encountered before. They were all at the martial emperor level. My demon soul incarnation was destroyed. The ancient demon stood up with a gloomy look in his eyes. So the plan was exposed. Among those iron demons, the expression of an iron demon flashing with faint silver light changed. The other extraterritorial demons were also in an uproar, and they kept talking among themselves. We must have been exposed. The ancient demon nodded slightly, and a cold murderous look flashed in his gloomy eyes. For this plan, they had infiltrated the 4 black tortoise realms thousands of times and paid a heavy price to figure out the boundary point of this martial world. They didn't expect that the plan would be discovered at the critical moment when it was about to succeed. What should we do now? Continue to set up the array? Or retreat? Among the fire demons, a demon with a face faintly condensed in demon flames asked. The Heavenly Imperial Palace is a top force in the spiritual state. Once they know, they will definitely send Emperor Realm Masters here. We have to retreat, but we can't leave so easily. The ancient demon's gaze landed on the 4 demonic formations around him. 2 demon arrays had been successfully set up, and they couldn't leave any traces behind. Go! Those iron demons and fire elemental demons understood and immediately left with their clansmen. Only the ancient demon was left behind. At the same time, all the demons in the 4 black tortoise world seemed to have received some sort of order. They no longer fought with the Sky Imperial Palace's martial artists and retreated one after another, devouring formation. After all of the extraterritorial devils had left, the ancient devil quickly formed hand seals. Ancient curses emerged from his glabella and merged into the two glowing abyss devil formations. The power of the two demonic formations was becoming more and more frightening. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the underground volcano seemed to have suddenly exploded. Flames and molten lava burst out in all directions. However, the instant they came into contact with the two demonic arrays, all of the magma was completely devoured by the two demonic arrays. The aura emitted by the two demonic arrays grew increasingly frightening. The eruption of lava lasted for more than 6 hours before it stopped. Following that, an astonishing amount of demonic aura emerged from the bottom of the volcano. Any Emperor Realm Master of the spiritual state would be familiar with the demonic aura that was filled with evil aura. This was the demonic aura that filled the extraterritorial battlefield. It's a pity that I can't form 3 arrays. Otherwise, I could definitely give you a big gift. A sinister smile appeared on the ancient demon's face as a demonic bone surrounded by demonic runes appeared in his hand. He exerted force in his hand and crushed the demonic bone, which then merged into the two glowing abyss devil formations. Whoosh! After the preparations were completed, the ancient demon's figure flashed and disappeared. After several dozen breaths of time, the two glowing abyss devil formations expanded. Every mysterious demonic rune had expanded by several times, and it was still growing. It caused the two demonic formations to swell and distort. Finally, when the expansion of the demonic runes reached its limit, the two demonic arrays that had absorbed the endless lava of the volcano suddenly exploded. However, there was no shocking aura. It was just quiet in the void. This aura! At this moment, Qinyu, who was gradually approaching the underground volcano, was shocked. He immediately used his extreme speed Dao and flashed away. Rumble! Almost at this moment, a gigantic pitch-black demonic pillar shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Destructive demonic aura swept out and destroyed everything within a radius of several hundred miles. The ancient city also disappeared without a trace. Then, a terrifying wave of demonic aura spread out and eroded the world's spirit chi of the 4 black tortoise world. Extraterritorial demon chi. Qinyu emerged from the ground and was very surprised to see the demonic pillar that destroyed everything within a radius of several hundred miles. The extraterritorial battlefield was vast and boundless, but resources were scarce. The biggest reason was that the demonic aura of the extraterritorial battlefield could erode everything that had world spirit chi. Only pure demonic aura and divine herbs could survive in the extraterritorial demon chi. Now, the extraterritorial demon cultivators had drawn the extraterritorial demon chi over. Did they want to use the extraterritorial demon chi to turn the 4 black tortoise world into an extraterritorial demon world? After taking a look, Qin Yu's gaze moved away from the demonic pillar in front of him and looked in another direction. In that direction, there was also a huge wave of demonic aura that shot up into the sky. If he remembered correctly, that ancient city had been invaded by the extraterritorial demon race before. Qin Yu fell into deep thought. If the group of demonic cultivators that he had encountered before had succeeded, there would be 3 of them. No, if the ancient city that they had teleported to had also had 4 demonic aura pillars, wouldn't that mean that there would be 3 of them? Boundary points. A thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind, and he understood. The extraterritorial demon race wanted to destroy the 4 boundary points of the 4 black tortoise worlds. Once all the boundary points were destroyed, the martial world would completely collapse and turn into a chaotic void. At that time, even if the Heavenly Emperor Palace sent martial emperors, they would not be able to seal the extraterritorial demon chi and would have to abandon the martial world. However, what benefits would that bring to the extraterritorial demon race? What was in the 4 black tortoise worlds that was worth the extraterritorial demon race's attention? Strange. Half of the world's spirit chi of the martial world has disappeared? No, it's already more than half. Qi Yu, who was in deep thought, suddenly changed his expression. He carefully sensed it and found that it was not an illusion. At this moment, almost 60% of the world's spirit chi of the 4 black tortoise worlds had been sucked away. Such a heaven-defying method shocked Qi Yu. Even the top Emperor Realm Master could not absorb 60% of the world's spirit chi of the martial world in an instant. This was not something that could be achieved with one's ability. What the hell were the extraterritorial demon race doing? Chapter 371. Suddenly, Qi Yu seemed to have noticed something and looked in a certain direction. Whoosh! In a flash, Qi Yu and the skeleton ghost king retracted their auras and burrowed into the ground, heading in that direction. This is quite a spectacular sight. At the center of the 2 demonic chi light pillars was the peak of a mountain. The ancient demon, the silver-striped metal demon, and the fire elemental demon were looking at the scene created by the 2 demonic chi light pillars. With these 2 demonic chi light pillars, the people from the Imperial Palace will not be able to find the divine power altar in a short time. The ancient demon race being spoke. This was the reason why he had detonated the demonic chi light pillars after his plan had failed. Bam! All of a sudden, a stone wall somewhere on the mountain suddenly exploded. A beam of blood-red light shot out as fast as lightning. A sneak attack. The 3 ancient demon clans, 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 demon clan immediately retreated. However, at this moment, a surge of chaotic energy appeared and affected the 3 of them. Break! The ancient demon's face changed, and he shouted as he tore the air with his hands. The chaotic force around him was torn apart, and he retreated in a flash. The silver-striped metal demon, who was close to him, also managed to break free. Chila! Only the fire elemental demon was unable to free himself and was killed by the demon culling sword. His demon soul was destroyed by Qi Yu. Boom! Almost instantly, the skeleton ghost king flashed out of the void and punched out. The vast fist radiance exploded, and the ancient demon and silver-striped metal demon, who were retreating, were forced back by the punch. Qi Yu and the skeleton ghost king blocked the ancient demon and silver-striped metal demon from the front and back. A martial emperor can pass through the demon god's restriction without making a sound. The ancient demon and silver-striped metal demons' faces darkened. Even with their cultivation, they did not realize that someone had sneaked up on them. If they had reacted a little slower, they would have been killed like the fire elemental demon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qi Yu and the skeleton ghost king didn't care about their surprise and rushed out together. Qi Yu faced off against the ancient devil clan, while the skeleton ghost king faced off against the silver-marked iron devil clan. Qi Yu swung his sword, and the blood-red sword light slashed out continuously, cutting a long crack in the void. Do you think you'll be able to succeed in your sneak attack, like just now? The ancient demon's eyes were cold as he roared, and a majestic devil curse swept out. His cultivation had reached the peak of rank 7 martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a rank 8 martial emperor. Boom! Boom! Qi Yu brandished his sword and slashed at the ancient devil clan seal. The 2 of them fought intensely in the void. Both of them unleashed their killer moves and went all out. The void exploded violently as spatial cracks spread out. Although Qi Yu had used the azure dragon battle the heavens, his cultivation had only increased to rank 6 martial emperor. However, by relying on the divine abilities and secret techniques that he possessed, he was able to fight against peak rank 7 martial emperors without being at a disadvantage in the slightest. In fact, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. This brat, exactly who is he? The ancient devil clan's ancient demon was incomparably shocked. He had never seen such a demon-level genius before. It was already shocking enough for a rank 1 martial emperor to be able to reach rank 6 martial emperor after using a secret technique. And now, Chu Feng, a rank 6 martial emperor, was actually able to unleash battle power on par with him, a peak rank 7 martial emperor. This was simply too shocking. Bang! Bang! The battle between the Skeleton Ghost King and the ancient Devil Clan's ancient demon was also in full swing. The Skeleton Ghost King was a puppet to begin with. Now, his cultivation had reached rank 6 martial emperor. On top of that, the great, desolate beast marks on the barbarian god emperor's body had formed countless mysterious, mutated beasts. This allowed the Skeleton Ghost King to faintly possess the power to fight enemies of a higher cultivation. It was evenly matched with the peak rank 6 martial emperor, silver-marked Iron Demon. Whoosh! While Qin Yu and the Skeleton Ghost King were fighting against the ancient Devil Clan's ancient demon and the silver-marked Iron Demon, the Emperor Realm, exalted from the heavenly imperial palace, appeared before a towering, demonic pillar. After he appeared, he did not hesitate and directly charged into the demonic pillar, entering the entrance of the underground volcano. Seal! Boundless and boundless Tao energy began to condense. At this moment, the entire world's energy seemed to have gathered and turned into an enormous sealing array. Then, the sealing array entered the underground volcano. Immediately, the demonic chi from the outer realm that was rushing out endlessly was sealed. After that, the Emperor Realm exalted arrived before the second pillar of demonic chi and sealed it in the same way. What's going on? Why has the martial world's spirit energy decreased by 60%? After carefully sensing the situation, the Emperor Realm Exalted Elder's expression became extremely unsightly. When the 2 pillars of demonic chi erupted, he immediately rushed over with his full speed. From start to finish, only several dozen breaths of time had passed. In such a short period of time, no matter how strong the corrosive power of the demonic chi was, it should be impossible for it to be this strong. 60% of the martial world's spirit energy was already indescribable. Although he was extremely puzzled, the Emperor Realm Exalted Elder did not linger on this matter. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The demonic chi from the outer realm that had been dyed black by the corrosion immediately flew into the sky and rushed towards the demonic chi. Immediately, the demonic chi from the outer realm that was originally spreading in all directions and corroding everything that had spirit was quickly sealed. It was constantly being sealed. Unfortunately, the demonic chi from the 2 pillars of demonic chi was too much. Even with his Emperor Realm cultivation, it was difficult for him to seal it all in a short period of time. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the battle at the peak of the mountain was still ongoing. The battle between Qin Yu and the other 3 was getting more and more violent. If not for the fact that the ancient demon had set up a demon barrier around Qin Yu's mountain, the Emperor Realm Exalted Elder would have sensed it long ago. 9 nether purgatory. With a thought, Qin Yu covered his body with pitch-black dragon scales. The pitch-black purgatory space that sealed one's divine sense spread out and shrouded the ancient demon. Qin Yu's figure flashed and charged out forcefully. The demon's slaughtering sword in his hand had been replaced by the sky splitter spear. The demon's slaughtering sword was not as effective against the ancient demon as it was against the demon from the outer realm. Therefore, Qin Yu switched to the sky splitter spear that he was familiar with. At the sharp tip of the spear, an extremely terrifying slaughter aura condensed. Demon rune wave. The ancient demon was shocked and his face turned solemn. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands, and a special demon rune wave spread out in a circle shape, causing the void to tremble slightly. The moment Qin Yu, who had used a destructive killer move, came into contact with the demon rune wave, the ancient demon sensed it. At this moment, Qin Yu's long spear pierced through the air like a dragon. A destructive slaughter aura swept out, as if it wanted to slaughter all living beings in the world. This brat! The ancient demon turned pale with fright and immediately retreated rapidly. As he retreated, he formed a seal with both hands and summoned a huge demon steel, which fiercely collided with the sky splitter spear. Break! A chilling, murderous intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he moved his mind. The divine dragon ancient seal, the immortal execution ancient diagram, and the god execution array trembled. 10 strands of god execution intent condensed and erupted along with the sky splitter spear. Chapter 372. Kacha! With a loud cracking sound, the gigantic devil steel that the ancient demon clan had summoned exploded. How is this possible? The ancient demon race's pupils shrank and his hair stood on end. The huge demon steel was a true emperor artifact and was famous for its defensive power. But in Qin Yu's hands, it exploded with a single blow. This was simply not something that a martial emperor could do. Boom! While the ancient demon clan was still in shock, a destructive killing intent swept through the entire purgatory space like a torrent. The defense set up by the ancient demon clan was destroyed by the murderous aura as easily as crushing dry weeds. Without even a moment of resistance, the ancient demon was killed. Soul-devouring curse. But just as the ancient demon race was affected by the God Legion killing intent, Qin Yu formed a seal with both hands and shot out a finger seal. The ancient demon race's emperor soul was immediately suppressed and swept out. Using 10 bursts of God Legion killing intent at once is still too much. Qin Yu clenched his right hand. The 10 bursts of God Legion killing intent caused his entire right arm to hurt. If he had not cultivated the divine dragon tyrant body and reached the martial emperor realm, if that was the case, the 10 streams of killing intent from the gods would have completely destroyed his right arm. After all, in his previous life, Qin Yu had only gradually mastered the killing intent of the god-punishing array when he reached the emperor realm. He looked at the emperor realm elder, who was suppressing the demon qi in the distance. Qin Yu's figure flashed, and his spear turned into a blood sword. Together with the skeleton ghost king, he attacked the silver-patterned iron demon race. That was because the iron demon race's defense was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary iron demons. But under Qin Yu's demon-slaughtering sword and the skeleton ghost king's joint attack, the silver-patterned iron demon race was defeated. After the battle, Qin Yu did not stay any longer and left the mountain. Inside a certain canyon, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. He was currently refining the soul of that ancient demon clan's emperor soul. Not long after, Qin Yu arrived at the ancient devil clan's ancestral realm, the location of the endless devil domain. Just as Qin Yu had guessed before, after the primordial upheaval war, the primordial demon tribe had moved the entire boundless demon realm into an empty space. The entrance was in the extraterritorial devil realm. Qin Yu carefully gathered information about the ancient demon clan, then swallowed and refined it. From the information he had obtained, if one wanted to go to the endless demon domain, one had to be at least an emperor realm master. That was because the boundless demon domain had become the gathering place of the ancient demon clan. Although there weren't many ancient demon clans left, there were still many emperor realm masters. Before reaching the emperor realm, going to the endless demon domain was no different from courting death. As for the plan between the ancient demon clan and the extraterritorial demon clan, Qin Yu was unaware of it. The moment his soul was sealed, the ancient demon tried to detonate his sovereign soul. Although it was sealed by Qin Yu in time, countless memories were destroyed. Qin Yu only knew that many demon clan masters from the extraterritorial demon clan seemed to be involved in this plan. There would probably be a big movement from the extraterritorial demon clan. Qin Yu didn't care too much about the movements of the ancient demon clan and the extraterritorial demon clan. The extraterritorial demon clan had been coveting the 9 provinces of the heaven domain for a long time. Countless battles had been fought during the invasion. After so many years, they hadn't succeeded. Even if the extraterritorial demon clan really made a move, the heaven domain would be able to handle it. Moreover, regardless of whether the heaven domain could handle it. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He couldn't get involved in this matter at all. He wasn't the dragon god emperor realm master of the past. If the sky fell, there would naturally be those higher up to hold it up. For Qin Yu, there were two most important things now. One was to find the dragon clan, and the other was to plunder their luck. The more dragons he subdued, the faster his cultivation would recover. The stronger the luck he plundered, the better his luck would be. However, although he didn't understand the purpose of the extraterritorial demon clan, from the ancient demon clan, Qin Yu didn't only know the location of the boundless demon realm. He also knew the reason why the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the 4 black tortoise realm had disappeared by 60%. This news had caused Qin Yu to be quite interested. At the moment when Qin Yu was killing that ancient devil clan member, on a desolate continent an unknown distance away from the 4 black tortoise realm, the expression of a burly man with a ferocious demon seal on his face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Beside the man with the demon seal, a handsome man in white clothes asked. Something happened to Xing Xiu. His emperor's spirit flame was extinguished. The man with the demon seal said indifferently, without the slightest fluctuation. Those who didn't know would think that he was talking about someone he didn't want to kill. However, the ancient devil clansman that Qin Yu had killed was actually his younger brother. Xing Xiu's mission was in the territory of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Was it discovered by the Heavenly Imperial Palace? The voice of the handsome man in white clothes was a little surprised, but that was all. Luckily, the Heavenly Imperial Palace was only a trial site. If it wasn't discovered, it could be used as a backup plan. Even if it was discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal. The man with the demon seal said. The deployment of the 9 prefectures is basically complete. When are they going to make their move? The handsome man in white clothes changed the topic. Compared to their entire plan, this mistake was insignificant. They'll probably start the plan when those powerhouses wake up. The man with the demon seal said. There are rumors that they've been in contact with that person from the Blood Demon Continent. The man in white clothes pondered for a while and said, Isn't it said that the blood demon can't leave the seal of the Blood Demon Continent? The eyelids of the man with the demon seal trembled. That blood demon was an existence that had survived from the ancient era. Whether it was the 9 prefectures or the outer realm, there was probably no other person like him. It's not clear yet, but if the rumors are true, then that person from the Blood Demon Continent should have found a way to avoid the heavenly Tao reincarnation. The man in white clothes said, Everyone had a cycle of life and death, unless they could continuously break through. But that person from the Blood Demon Continent had a technique to deceive the heavens. He sealed himself in the Blood Demon Continent and avoided the heavenly Tao reincarnation, living one life after another. Logically speaking, the Blood Demon Continent should be an absolute forbidden area. But that blood demon didn't forbid people from entering the Blood Demon Continent. No one knew what he was planning. If that person from the Blood Demon Continent really has a way to leave the Blood Demon Continent, then the end of the 9 prefectures will truly come. The man with the demon seal revealed a cold smile. If their clan hadn't hidden in the outer realm, they would have been exterminated by the 9 prefectures. That was why they had joined forces with the true demon race in the outer realm to take revenge on the heaven realm. At this moment, in the 4 black tortoise realm, whoosh! Qin Yu flashed through the air and flew toward a certain area in the martial realm. 2 hours later, Qin Yu arrived at a deathly silent mountain range. This mountain range was as silent as a graveyard. There was no sound at all. When he saw the mountain range, Qin Yu immediately flew down and used the earth burrowing technique to approach it. But he didn't step into the mountain range. Instead, he set up a huge formation around it. Chapter 373. Break. After setting up the spirit formation, Qin Yu walked to the edge of the mountain range. He extended his left hand and the spirit formation plate in his palm started to shine. Immediately, the space where Qin Yu's left hand touched started to ripple like water. Mysterious ancient runes appeared one after another. However, those ancient runes were the demon race's ancient runes. At the moment when those devil clans' ancient marks appeared, the scene in front of Qin Yu immediately changed. The mountain range that was originally undulating had turned into a deep valley over 1,000 miles wide. This mountain range was actually an enormous illusion formation. Over 100 ancient altars were scattered throughout the deep valley. Above those altars, there were countless mysterious and profound demonic runes spreading out, forming a ceiling formation. In the center of the grand ceiling formation, the vast ocean of natural spiritual energy had completely liquefied, surging like waves. That's right, the natural spiritual energy had turned into a vast ocean. Countless mysterious crystals were forming on their own at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, there were several tens of people collecting those mysterious crystals. They were the Iron Demon Clansmen and the Fire Essence Demon Clansmen. Although their plan to shatter the 4 Black Tortoise Realm had failed, the ancient Era's Demon Clansmen had not given up. Using their extraordinary methods, they had plundered close to 60% of the 4 Black Tortoise Realm's natural spiritual energy. Who is it? That's the symbol of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Oh no, the spirit formation has been broken by the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Wait, it seems like he's alone. The extraterritorial demon clansmen were all astonished to see Qin Yu. However, they soon regained their senses. He was only a rank 1 martial emperor. Even if he had discovered them, he would not be able to do anything. Quickly finish him off and set up the spirit formation again. A rank 5 martial emperor coldly ordered a Fire Essence demon clansman. Then his voice came to an abrupt stop. Qin, you stepped into the deep valley with large strides. Then, runes filled the air. The spirit formation that had been broken by Qin Yu was restored to its original appearance of a mountain range. What is he planning to do? The extraterritorial demon clansmen were all startled. They did not understand Qin Yu's intention. Not only did he not inform the Heavenly Imperial Palace of their whereabouts, but he also restored the illusion formation. Was he planning to continue concealing them? Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Yu moved. His aura broke through the clouds, shattering the heavens. His cultivation of rank 1 martial emperor directly soared to rank 6 martial emperor. At the same time, a white light flashed and the skeleton Ghost King appeared, charging out with a mighty aura. 2 rank 6 martial emperors? Stop them. We can't let them destroy the altar. Even if they are rank 6 martial emperors, there are only 2 of them. There's nothing to be afraid of. Attack! The extraterritorial devils recovered from their shock. All of them unleashed their terrifying demonic auras as they joined forces with Qin Yu and the skeleton Ghost King to suppress them. Rumble! An earth-shaking battle immediately broke out. Qin Yu and the skeleton Ghost King were fighting against dozens of people each, but they were still powerful and invincible. One after another, the extraterritorial devils died at their hands. The battle only lasted for a mere half an hour before it came to an end. In the great battle, many devils still wanted to escape, but outside this illusion array, Qin Yu had long laid down a barrier. They simply didn't have the chance to escape, and running would only cause them to die faster. However, at the final moment, the actions of the 2 leaders of the Iron Demon Clan and the Fire Demon Clan puzzled Qin Yu. The 2 of them didn't surrender, nor did they fight to the death. Instead, they destroyed the altars. Although Qin Yu didn't know the intentions of the extraterritorial devils, he naturally wouldn't let them do as they wished. In a few breaths' time, all of the devils were killed. After the battle, the skeleton Ghost King frantically absorbed the vital energy of the devils, and its cultivation increased. Qin Yu stepped into the center of the altar and used a secret technique to sense it. Qin Yu was sure that the vast sea of spiritual energy was formed by the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 60% of the spiritual energy that had disappeared from the four black tortoise realm should have gathered here. However, what interested Chinyu were the mysterious crystals. Although the crystals were formed by the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there was an extremely strange power in them. The power wasn't the great way of heaven and earth, nor was it the martial way's true origin, nor was it the power of the extraterritorial devils. Could this be ancient divine power? Qin Yu crushed a crystal, and immediately a trace of golden divine light flowed out. The corner of Qin Yu's eyes twitched. He was shocked to find that the power contained in the crystal was divine power. What was divine power? That was a power that could only be cultivated by the gods of the ancient era. The extraterritorial devils could actually cultivate divine power? No wonder. Qin Yu looked at the altars that had been destroyed, and there were only a dozen of them left. He finally understood why the devils wanted to completely destroy the altars before they died. The fact that these altars contained divine power was definitely a big secret of the extraterritorial devil clan. Could it be that this was the secret that the ancient devil clan wanted to hide even if they had to detonate their sovereign soul? Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately kept the remaining 14 altars and went back to study them. Then, Qin Yu looked at the divine power crystals. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A series of densely packed explosions rang out. All the divine power crystals exploded, turning into billowing divine power and spiritual energy, and returned to the spiritual energy of the void. Then, Qin Yu formed a seal with his hands. He consumed a large amount of dragon aura to control the divine dragon ancient seal, and opened the origin dragon world of the dragon soul. The mighty purple lightning divine dragon and golden heaven incinerating dragon appeared. There's not much time left. Hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy. Qin Yu called out and sat cross-legged in the air. He circulated the immemorial battle dragon art and madly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Nearly 60% of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered here in the four black tortoise realms. It was vast and terrifying. Although Qin Yu had a divine body that was 55 times faster, he could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a short time. That was why he summoned the purple lightning divine dragon and golden heaven incinerating dragon. If the Emperor Realm Masters of the Imperial Palace arrived, they might disperse the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After all, the martial world had not only lost 60% of its spiritual energy, but it had also been eroded by the massive amount of demon qi from the extraterritorial lands. In terms of the level of the martial arts world, it was already a great loss of vitality. If they wanted to completely recover, it would probably take hundreds of years. For the Imperial Palace, it was equivalent to the martial world being half destroyed. With insufficient spiritual energy, the growth of spirit herbs and spirit stones in the martial world would be extremely slow. It would not be able to contribute resources to the Imperial Palace. However, Qin Yu did not care much about the future of the martial world. Since the extraterritorial land's demon race had helped and gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Qin Yu would not let go of this opportunity. What kind of power is this? After the golden heaven incinerating dragon appeared, it immediately left the area of divine power and spiritual energy and said in a disgusted tone, "Ancient divine power?" The purple lightning divine dragon was also extremely repulsed, but it had lived far longer than the golden heaven incinerating dragon, so it recognized the divine power.